Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seat, and we will get started in just a few seconds. Shall we sit there? A little bit there, out of sight. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and members of the EIB community. My name is Johanna Sandahl, and I am the president of the EIB, and I am honored to welcome you all to this annual conference and this remarkable gathering since we are celebrating our 50th anniversary. It's truly a momentous occasion, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to stand before you today. I want to start by thanking the Belgian presidency for hosting this event with us, for a great collaboration, and for letting us use this fantastic venue. And we're very happy to have you here, Minister Marron. We gather here today to mark half a century of tireless efforts in protecting our planet. And a lot has happened since that first preparatory meeting in June 1974 at Hotel La Madeleine here in Brussels, and the inauguration meeting of the EIB later the same year in the middle of December, a meeting that gathered 26 organizations from all the 9 at the time member countries of the European communities. And since then, the EIB has grown. We're now more than 180 organizations from 40 countries. The 70s was the decade when environmental protection was put on the agenda. The first World Conference on the Environment took place in Stockholm. Laws to protect the nature and the environment were adopted on European level. The notion of the polluter pays was introduced, and many environmental NGOs were founded. The EIB was early on covering a lot of different topics: advocacy for an ambitious birds directive, sustainable energy, at the time a lot about nuclear power, chemicals, endangered species, environment and human rights, forestry, acid rain, the CAP, the proposed tunnel between France and the UK, and the, at the time under negotiation, second environmental action program. And from the very start, the EIB and its members have been at the forefront of pioneering initiatives, advocating for change and catalyzing action for the environment. Always with the aim of positive change for the planet and for people and nature, always with solid facts and always with well-formulated proposals. From the 1979 manifesto, One Europe, One Environment, that was published just before the first elections to the direct elections to the EU Parliament in 1979, to the Pact for the Future, a green and social deal for a one-planet economy that we're launching today, just before this year's EP elections. And it's ready for all of you to sign. And together we've achieved remarkable milestones since that day in June 50 years ago. EU environmental policies would not have been the same without our collective efforts. And that we should, of course, celebrate. But even as we celebrate our successes, we're acutely aware of the challenges that lie ahead. The interconnected climate, pollution, and biodiversity crisis continue to threaten the very ecosystems that sustain life on Earth. Daily reports about conflicts, wars, inequality, poverty, social unrest underlines the need for a comprehensive reform where people prosper within the limits of our one healthy planet. We meet here today at this conference in a critical moment, just a few weeks before the EU elections, elections that will be crucial for the coming decades and the EU's ability to drive the system change we need. A change where leaders embrace the vision of living well within the planetary boundaries, where they chart the ecological transformation, they fast track towards a one-planet economy, promote a just transition, show solidarity and embrace responsibilities both across an enlarging EU and globally, and where legislation to protect the rule of law and our health is implemented and enforced. It's an agenda of hope for the coming decades, an agenda that we will dig deeper into during today's conference. In closing, I would like us all to embark on this anniversary celebration with a sense of pride in our past achievements and the determination to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. So thanks again for joining us in this occasion, and I look forward to fruitful discussions, inspiring insights, and meaningful collaborations that will unfold over the course of this conference. So thank you and welcome.
Hello everyone, dear guests, dear colleagues. Let me first extend my gratitude to Joanna for her warm welcoming words and to the EEB for organizing this timely conference. It is a real pleasure to host the conference and all of you today in this exemplary, eco-friendly building, this building. It is here that the environment and climate policies of the Brussels Capital Region are designed and put into practice, and by extension, where the EU's policies are becoming the reality on the ground here in Brussels. Hosting you here also reflects the good spirit of cooperation that the EEB and the Belgian EU presidency continue to foster. Coming to a close of this legislature and looking ahead to the next one, this kind of cooperation is crucial and will be, in my opinion, even more necessary to make sure that we just don't bury the success of the Green Deal achieved so far. To put in other words, no is not a time for a break. We are, once again, witnesses of the worldwide consequences of climate change. It jeopardizes our ecosystems, our people, our economy. In Europe, recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, with 2023 marking the hottest year on record. The heat waves of 2022 alone resulted in approximately 60,000 excess deaths. Yet, the toll extends beyond human lives. From 80s to 22, weather and climate-related extremes inflicted economy losses estimated at more or less 600 billion euros in the EU's. In light of these realities, the recent release of the first European climate risk assessment is of significant importance. It illustrates Europe's status as the fastest warming continent globally and the myriad threats climate risks pose to our energy and food security, ecosystems, infrastructure, water resources, financial stability, and public health. Many of these risks have already reached critical levels and could escalate into catastrophes without immediate and decisive action. Moreover, it is imperative to recognize that vulnerable social groups bear the brunt of this crisis. The principle of ensuring a just transition lies at the core of the European Green Deal. It is abundantly clear the transition must be fair or it simply will not be. Given the colossal cost of inaction, the case for climate action is indisputable. We must act with unwavering resolve. Through the presidency, this reality is what drove our work within the Environmental Council despite the continuous attacks on the EU's climate and environment ambitions, despite the stumbling blocks along the road. As you know, the Belgian Council presidency takes place at a pivotal juncture, marked by the finalization of significant legislative initiatives under the Green Deal and the shaping of the EU's forthcoming strategic environmental and climate agenda for the next decade. In January, we inaugurated our term with an informal meeting of environment ministers. Renowned Belgian author and essayist David van Reebrouck set the tone for discussions by underscoring the indispensable role of citizens and grounding our discourse in tangible experiences, notably citing the devastating floods that befell Belgium in the summer of 21. He stated that there can be no decarbonization without democratization. In some countries in the world, such as India, where people face 40°C temperatures on their way to the ballot box, the reverse is truer than ever. We need to go with the citizens. We need to go with the citizens. Otherwise, it will not work. We must keep these words in mind as we continue our efforts to achieve a just and green transition. We must also ensure that the citizens support the inevitable transformations that we must put in place. This is a huge challenge that requires us to develop active European citizenship and to think outside the box to complement our traditional democracy. We need to continue along the path of innovative initiatives that have been set up here in Belgium, for example, from the very first Permanent Citizens Council in the German-speaking community to the first Permanent Citizen Assembly on Climate that I had the honor of setting up here in the Brussels capital region. So, in order to decarbonize, we need to democratize. During the informal meeting, these words also set the tone for the rest of the discussions with all member states, and it was positive to witness considerable alignment on key agenda items, despite the challenging context. To cite a few examples, on adaptation, the need to work together at all levels of governments and increased financing. On the 2040 climate target, consensus on setting an ambitious target aligned with the Paris Agreement with due consideration for social equity. On just transition, acknowledgement of the multifaceted nature of this challenge, requiring a cross-sectoral approach. And on circular economy, willingness to bolster a common framework. This first half of the presidency saw the conclusion of 6 pivotal files under the Green Deal, which contribute to the EU zero pollution objectives and reduce harm to citizens' health, protect our biodiversity, and combat climate change by reducing CO2 emissions. Today, we continue to advance legislative initiatives, including deliberations on the Waste Framework Directive, as evidenced by our discussions at the Environment Council in March. Simultaneously, we must lay the underground for future EU environmental and climate policies, ensuring alignment with our commitment to achieving climate neutrality by 2050. In recent months, the Commission revealed 3 anticipated publications about the 2040 climate target, risk preparedness, and the midterm review of the 8th Environment Action Programme. Regarding future climate objectives, the EU is bound by its commitment to achieving climate neutrality by 2050. As a stepping stone, the European Commission proposes a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emission by 2040. Constructive exchanges so far underscored the significance of setting 2040 milestones to provide clarity and continuity, bolstering the EU's global climate leadership in the run-up to the next COPs, but not only. In response to the first ever EU climate risk assessment, the European Commission published its communication, Managing Climate Risks, Protecting People and Prosperity, and articulated some first guidelines on how the EU and its member states can step up their climate risk preparedness while laying out some avenues for action for the future Commission. Lastly, the Commission's midterm review of the 8th Environment Action Programme underscored progress in climate change mitigation and adaptation, but highlighted the need for accelerated action to meet the EU 2030 targets and to achieve net zero by 2050. Furthermore, it underscored the pivotal role of transitioning to a circular economy to counter unsustainable trends, a priority we have championed during our presidency. At this stage of the presidency, we have everything we need to set the tone for the next legislature. The Council is now working to respond to the communications in the form of conclusions. Additionally, the European Council is preparing its strategic agenda to be adopted by the heads of state and government at the end of June, as you know. None of the documents are a secret anymore, and I'm sure you have had the chance to have a first look at this work in progress. Regarding the ENVI Council conclusions, we are slowly getting towards a well-balanced text that lays the necessary groundwork for the EU's future environmental and climate policies, covering all the topics I mentioned and that are covered at today's conference. My objective is to get this text voted at the last Council meeting under the Belgian presidency on 17 June, 1 week after the elections. Meanwhile, the first outline of the strategic agenda was characterized by pure ignorance when it comes to environmental and climate issues. Despite all the scientific evidence and the events we experienced firsthand, it still amazes me that you can think a competitive Europe without considering circumstances that will eventually undermine this competitiveness if not addressed properly. We are doing everything we can to right the wrong and ensure that a fair, resilient, and circular future finds the place it deserves in this highly strategic document. The voice of EIB and all the member organizations is more vital than ever to support this cause. This is a kind of call to you. As I am coming to the end of my intervention, I would like to finish by congratulating you for the amazing work achieved during these last 50 years on the path to a better future. We will not have come as far as we are today without your relentless involvement. As we have reasons today to celebrate, we also more than ever have reasons to continue to reflect together and build visions that mobilize people and encourage action. I thank you for your attention. Have a great day. I have to go. I'm sorry for that. We have, the political bureau every Monday, so I have to go there for my party. But anyway, enjoy your day and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Marron, for these very kind words, for your wishes as well, and especially for setting the scene that loud and clear also about the fact that there is no time for a break, but that we need to double down, actually. And you will be happy to see that this is exactly what we say also in the Pact for the Future, which is going to be presented later today. So a warm thank you, of course, for hosting us today, and a warm thanks also to the Belgian presidency of the EU for having us today. We're very grateful for being here in this very special day, as you say, celebrating our 50th anniversary today. And a warm thank also to you, Johanna, for this very inspiring keynote speech where you were also explaining the whole history of our organization. So now let's introduce ourselves, because I guess that not everyone in the room know us. So I'm happy today to co-moderate with Patricia, who is our Deputy Secretary General.
Yes, good morning, everybody, also from my side. I'm very happy to co-moderate this morning and this afternoon with Faustine Badefossé, who's our Policy Director for Nature, Health and Environment. And I would like to extend our warm welcome to all the representatives of different institutions and authorities, but especially our members and our colleagues and all the friends and allies that are working with us on a daily basis. So a big warm welcome to you to our annual conference.
Yes, but before diving into today's presentations, we wanted to test what was the mood in the room. So we do have, in theory, I hope, a question on Mentimeter about how you feel. I mean, I know it's Monday morning, so of course Monday morning is always a bit tricky, but how do you feel about the next mandate, about the post-European elections in June 2024. So you have the choice between four states of mind. You can be hopeful, you can be curious, worried. We know people like cats a lot, so hopefully not just for that everybody will be worried. Or you can be dreadful, waiting for the results here. Huh? Let's see. Hopeful, good. Worried. The cat seems to be winning. Oh, yes, by large, actually. Worried, a little bit more. Hopeful, hope. No? Well, okay. It seems that we have a high majority of people in the room being worried. Yes, it keeps increasing. I don't think that we will see a major difference now. In a few seconds, the vote will be closed. Yes, let's close it. So we have a majority of people in the room being worried. Well, that's also why we're here, why we will have our great speakers also explaining, their views and ideas about the future, and in particular our Pact for the Future. I hope that after the presentation of today, a majority of the people who will be voting again, because you will be asked to, will be more hopeful than they are this morning.
Yes, thanks a lot. So you've all seen the program for today. So we have 5 sessions. In the morning, we'll have our first session where we will look at the vision. What is the vision, 2024 to 2030? We will launch our European Pact for the Future. And then we'll have 3 thematic sessions where we'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the key priorities of what should be the priorities of the next years. We have a session on climate adaptation and resilience, a session on the zero pollution future, and then after lunch, the third thematic session on circular economy and making sufficiency the norm. We will also have a coffee break after the first session, so you will get a bit of time to also relax and network and meet new people, hopefully. And then we will have a final session, number 5, a multi-stakeholder panel about how we can achieve environmental and social justice in Europe and globally before concluding the day. So we have a lot of participants here in the room. We have a lot of people joining us online. So we'll try to make this as interactive as possible. So please also use social media to share your thoughts. We have a hashtag, EB24, and also hashtag VoteFutureEU, where you can share your thoughts about the conference, about the Pact, and anything else related to the elections and the political priorities for next years. The participants online can also use Slido to ask their questions. We will try to look at your questions regularly and summarize them and bring them in also into the panel discussion. So please use Slido to ask your questions. So we will move into session number 1. So may I ask Lena, Florica, Patrick, and Pega to already take a seat there on the stage while I briefly introduce you to session number 1. So session number 1 is entitled A Vision for 2024 to 2030 Towards a European Pact for the Future. In this session, we will hear first from the Executive Director of the European Environmental Agency, the EEA, about the science that should be informing our policy. I'm sure we'll hear about the state of the environment in Europe, and we'll hear about the recent findings of the first climate risk assessment for Europe. We'll then hear from 3 governments with 2 videos from the German and Austrian environment ministers who've been very, very supportive of our work on the European Pact for the Future. And we'll also hear from Poland with the State Secretary joining us online about those governments' visions for 2040 to 2030 and what should follow the European Green Deal. We'll then welcome Florica Fink-Hoyer, who's the Director General of DG Environment, and she'll be speaking about the Commission's priorities and her DG's priorities in this year of transition and what's in the pipeline. And then the session will conclude with Patrick, our Secretary General, and Pega, who is our board member and also the Secretary General of YEE, a big, large network of youth environmental organizations, presenting together the European Pact for the Future. So let me give the floor to Lena Yla-Mononen, the Executive Director of the EEA. The floor is yours. You have a presentation. Please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to yes, first of all, congratulate, of course, EEB for its 50 years of travel, but also to have this occasion to speak about the state of the environment and how does it look like. I am leading the European Environment Agency, which is, by the way, having its 30th anniversary this year, so we are seemingly much younger, but also that we very often are getting mixed. EEA and EEB, I mean, sometimes the acronyms are not helping us. We are based in Copenhagen, as many of you know, and we are an independent European Union agency, and our role is to inform policymakers, both in the institutions and in the member states, and of course also the citizens, about the state of Europe's environment, climate change and wider sustainability issues. In this work, of course, we have had many fruitful interactions with the EEB over the many decades, I would say, whether in the context of work on specific files or more broadly also through the Green 10 network. I hope this works. At least it's slow. So if I can get somebody to the next slide. Maybe the battery, a classic. Here. We all know that there are no quick fixes for our transition towards sustainability. And since the already mentioned UN Environment Conference in Stockholm, held in 1972, science has been telling us that we need to take action to limit and mitigate our impacts on the environment. There is no denying that the process is and progress has been far too slow. Climate and environment records have been tumbling over recent years to the point where it's now almost normal that they are being tumbled. And last year, 2023, set a host of really alarming records, and many experts expect that this year will follow suit. Our agency has, during its 30 years of existence, learned at least one important thing, that we have to really, we have been monitoring and assessing the situation. Environmental crises that we are currently facing are truly systemic. And this means that the impact of our climate, biodiversity, and natural environment, the so-called triple planetary crisis, are all interlinked. And they are, of course, also fed by the overuse, overconsumption of our resources. And these challenges can only be tackled simultaneously by a systemic approach that seeks to reconfigure our energy, food, mobility, and industrial systems to make them suitable for this new, more sustainable paradigm. I actually had to look when did the first Environment Action Programme of the then European Community was adopted, and it was seemingly, already 1973. So now we have the 8th Environment Action Programme at the moment. And it guides our environmental policy in the EU towards 2030. And as such, it can really serve and provide such stability and a longer-term outlook on the implementation of the now called Green Deal policies beyond the current political cycle. In December last year, the EEA published its first monitoring report on this 8th EAP. Unfortunately, it shows that we are still, in many cases, a long way away in order to meet our 2030 targets. There are 28 headline indicators. You can see those grouped there to reflect the 2030 objectives of the program: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, regenerative circular economy, zero pollution, production and consumption impacts, and the 8th EAP so-called enabling conditions. Each indicator was assessed with the corresponding targets, rated according to the likelihood of its being met, from very likely to very unlikely. And of course, one has to acknowledge that there has been some progress on few of these indicators, such as development of the environmental goods and services sector or environmental protection expenditure. But the overall picture is not optimistic. And perhaps that's why I clicked the worried, the cat, this morning, with the majority of the targets showing orange or red. Very unlikely or unlikely but uncertain to be met. Areas with particularly bleak outlook in terms of meeting targets are those related to the production and consumption impacts and biodiversity and ecosystems. All this shows that we have much more work to do and that we must remain true to the guiding principles of the program and the European Green Deal objectives in the future also, while continuing, of course, implementing the existing policies. These policies, by the way, are already having a significant and positive impact and have the potential to deliver much more in the future. So there's also hope. As mentioned, we have also indeed recently published the European Climate Risk Assessment, EUCRA in short, a first of its kind comprehensive assessment of current and future climate risks. And it has been really great how the Belgian presidency has been supporting passing the messages directly to the policymakers during its presidency. EUCRA looks at specific scenarios which could trigger crises and emergencies, including extreme heat and drought, floods, pests and diseases, critical infrastructure failures, disruption of international supply chains, and also stability of financial markets and public finances. It really shows that urgent action is needed in a range of areas if we are to protect our societies from the costly and even devastating impacts of climate change and extreme weather that we are already starting to see. UCRA identifies altogether 36 major climate risks for Europe and with the potential severe consequences. They are clustered in 5 broad groups: ecosystems, food, health, infrastructure, and economy and finance. And each of these risks alone has the potential to cause significant environmental degradation, economic damage, social emergencies, and political turbulence. And their combined effects are even more impactful. Almost all of the selected major risks may reach critical or, as we heard, even catastrophic levels during this century. Examples range from the functioning of the marine ecosystems, which is already threatened by the combined effects of climate-related and other drivers, through the coastal ecosystems affected by erosion, flooding, and permanent inundation because of the sea level rise and storm surges, crop failures, and reduced yields due to excessive heat and extreme weather events, or new pests and diseases. And also from threats to infrastructure, from coastal flooding, which could lead to damages of up to 1 trillion euros annually, to vulnerabilities in public finances, EU solidarity funds and insurance markets resulting from ever-increasing climate-related costs. So 21 out of the 36 risks identified in the assessment need more action now, with 8 of them being particularly urgent. And this means that not only we need to continue of the existing policies on adaptation and definitely also mitigation, but we also need to increase in ambition, scope, and implementation. The European Green Deal has been a bold and even one could call it transformative roadmap for what we can for the change. But it is important to recognize that we are still at the beginning of our collective journey towards true sustainability. And now with the European elections just around the corner, it is more important than ever to remain focused on key environmental goals which will help us to move towards sustainability. We know that with these elections and with the changing geopolitical and social context, there may come a change in narrative and focus. Discussions about resilience, fairness, competitiveness, security and defense, and of course also EU enlargement are likely to play an increasing role in the environmental discussions. Our challenge is to showcase that we can also address sustainability, climate and environmental challenges in a smart way. And this can simultaneously address parallel concerns, be it contributing to the competitiveness of EU or strategic autonomy, but also helping to build really a fairer society and stronger democracy. This will require systemic approaches, new governance tools, and better ways of engaging with people, citizens, about their future. So, how do we ensure the resilience of the European Green Deal's objectives towards the 2024 European elections and beyond? I think it begins with the commitment to collaboration and partnership, and EEB is definitely about that. The challenges we face are complex and interconnected, transcending national borders and sectors, and to overcome them, we must forge alliances across governments, businesses, civil society, and academia. So this is also what we are doing here today, collecting different stakeholders and also really making a systemic and structural change to happen. Thank you for your attention, and once again also happy birthday to EEB. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena, for this excellent presentation and for reminding us that indeed science is clear, that urgent action and more action is needed, and that there is no quick fixes. And thank you also for reminding us of the cost of inaction, because very often we tend to focus on the cost of action, and this is also what paralyzes some necessary actions. And it is very much in line also with what Minister Marron was saying in his keynote speech. And it is quite striking to see that the strategic agenda, or in its skeleton form, is not reflecting that state of science. So now let's move to the next speakers who will actually be online, or rather we will have two videos, messages from two ministers who unfortunately could not be with us today, but whom we are very grateful about their support. You know that they have provided us in developing our vision, our Pact for the Future. So we will first hear a video message from the German Federal Minister for the Environment, Minister Steffi Lemke, and then we will have another video message from the Austrian Federal Minister for the Environment, Leonard Gewessler. So hoping that technology is with us.
Members of the European Environmental Bureau, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are celebrating 50 years of the EEB, your strong voice for Europe and environmental policy. I would like to express my thanks for your long and tireless commitment to the conservation of our nature and to strengthening environmental policy. When your umbrella organization was established in the early 1970s, it was much needed. The environment was in bad shape. In fact, it was in such bad shape that the heads of state and government of the European Economic Community at that time had to demand a form of European environmental policy from the Commission. In response, the European Commission proposed the first Environment Action Programme. What became clear back then remains true today. Europe's economy and its people need a healthy environment. Since then, European environmental policy has developed well, but not yet well enough. You know that progress has not always been easy. Resistance, especially from the business community, was often fierce. For this reason, your commitment is and remains truly indispensable. 5 years ago, before the last European elections, a spirit of optimism towards environmental policy could be felt in Europe. That support helped launch the European Green Deal after the elections. Since then, the EU has been working hard on its implementation. As a result, environmental policy has become a focus of economic policy for the first time. This was long overdue. Today, in 2024, the mood is different. Millions of people are taking to the streets again. Now, the focus of the protests is on defending democracy, freedom, and our constitution. These protests prove that the majority of people want to live in an open and tolerant society. Yet those who want to set back our society are also becoming more vocal. They are putting environmental protection and climate action under increasing pressure. In fact, the environment and nature need our attention and our protection more than ever. The EEB's European Pact for the Future sets the right course. This is because it draws focus to a livable future within planetary boundaries. It also offers specific proposals and how this could be achieved and why it is worthwhile for everyone. You are all right to stand by the idea of the European Green Deal. The same is true for Germany's government. The transition towards sustainability benefits not only people and the environment, it also creates a competitive advantage. In the next European Parliament legislative term, we need policy approaches that are geared towards precisely this. For example, in agricultural policy. We must align different aspects here. The stability of agricultural production has to be safeguarded, but ecosystems must not pay the price for this. Farmers also need to receive a fair wage for their work. Environmentally friendly farming has to be worthwhile for them. The most recent farmers' protests in many European countries are another sign that we need to find a solution. As an umbrella organization for over 180 members, you have an important role to play. I wish you every success on the path ahead. Your commitment is an investment in all our futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can hear from the second video statement now from the Austrian Federal Minister.
Dear participants, the European Parliament elections in June this year are an extremely important decision point. Will these elections strengthen political voices that fight for a just, prosperous, competitive Europe on the basis of redoubling our commitment to a green and climate-safe economy that works for everyone? Or will these elections strengthen voices that ignore science and are stuck in old thinking, old business models, and an economic system which only a few benefit from on the back of a climate and biodiversity crisis? In 2019, Europe recognized the urgency of taking action. The Commission presented an ambitious green roadmap, and despite the many crises we have faced in recent years, we successfully complemented important milestones, such as the negotiations on the Fit for 55 package. The EU also demonstrated its ability to act in the wake of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine in violation of international law. In the energy sector, we will continue to do everything in our power to cut our energy dependence from such anti-democratic states as Russia. In Europe, we already have the technologies to bring about the green energy transition, a renewable future without fossil fuels. Of course, the last years of crisis have taken a toll on European citizens, European farmers and companies. The huge rise in prices fueled by Putin's aggression in Ukraine, distortion of international competition, and let alone war being back in Europe, are existential problems for many, which continue to require our full attention. However, we must fight resolutely against using the current geopolitical crisis to water down or ignore the green transition. To put it extremely blunt, there is no good and secure life, and there is no prosperous and competitive economy on a dead planet. And this one, planet of ours, is dependent on our life support. I mentioned the triple crisis. In terms of action to reduce emissions, we have adopted a series of legal acts as part of the Fit for 55 package to further accelerate the path for reducing the most harmful greenhouse gases. But 2030 and 55% are not the end of the journey. That is why I'm strongly in favor of an ambitious climate target for 2040 and tackling the necessary framework conditions on internal market rules, financing, competition, and skills in an all-of-Commission approach. In other areas of the European Green Deal, we are still further away from being on track. It's very problematic that important legal proposals in the area of soil and nature protection, chemicals, agriculture, sustainable food systems, or stricter environmental and human rights standards along supply chains have been watered down or postponed. In many of these debates of the last weeks, we find misinformation and even myth spreading on the Green Deal in an attempt to destroy meaningful political debates on good solutions that don't fit one's own political agenda. I find this absolutely irresponsible, but this also happens in my own country. It makes it even more important not to give in to this pressure now. I sometimes wonder these days what is more ideological than to stubbornly hang on to an old, outdated mindset. I therefore expressly support the work and visions of the EEB towards both a new green path for the future and having a rational, fact-based debate on the big questions we are facing. We must send a clear signal in the upcoming EU elections that we want and need to continue on the green path, that green transition must be a strong political pillar in the new Commission, and I will continue to do everything in my power to achieve this in Austria and in the EU together with my fellow ministers and colleagues. It must be clear to decision makers that if we put important, necessary projects on the back burner, the cost of inaction for our society will become much greater. We don't need to be afraid of change. On the contrary, it offers tremendous opportunities for us all. A future-proof Europe with an intact natural environment, the circular, climate-neutral economy based on renewables, will not only bring us new decent jobs and business opportunities, it will also increase the health of our citizens and the resilience of our society to the existing and new, as yet unknown global challenges. I wish everyone a great conference with many stimulating and interesting discussions. You can count on me to actively support you in the agenda of hope.
Thank you. Again, I would like to warmly thank the two ministers who unfortunately could not join us online for the kind support that they have provided us in the development of our Pact for the Future, which is about to be presented in a few minutes from now. But before that, we have a speaker who is joining us online. I have the pleasure to welcome Krzysztof Bolesta, who is joining us from Poland and who is the Polish Secretary of State at the Ministry for Environment and Climate. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning. First of all, happy anniversary, EEB. My friends tell me that life starts after 50, so, well, I'm looking forward to that, but you are there first. So I'll ask you in a few years how it goes. I just wanted to give you some insights what we think should be the priorities for the next mandate of the Commission. I just want to support most of the things that my dear friend from Austria said earlier. I think she painted a very good picture where we are today. We are witnessing an ongoing aggression of Russia and Ukraine. Because of that as well, we had to top up our transformation efforts, on top of the Fit for 55, doing the Repower Europe. We have the Green Deal fatigue, which is very much present in some parts of the society. We see people in the streets. We see people tired of new measures. So this is where we are today, and how we could go about these things. I think there are four elements that I would like to mention today. First is the focus on implementation. I think that going towards 2030, we have a lot of things on our plate. We so far submitted the draft NECP plan to the Commission, and only with existing measures, scenario with existing measures. And even this not really ambitious scenario, basic scenario, if you will, includes, for example, a target of 50% of renewables in the power mix by 2030. That's a lot, and we need to implement it by 2030. So focus on implementation, this and other measures will be absolutely key going forward. And I think this could be the biggest priority of the next Commission. We have 2030 agreed policies and measures, and now we need to implement them. And we have a very clear target of 2050 as climate neutrality. So now it would be good to give everyone some breathing space and some certainty when we live in a world that just moves around all the time. I think second priority I would like to focus is security. I think moving forward, it will be absolutely necessary to pick out these policies from the ones that we agreed that have this security element that could be still beefed up. And the lessons from our neighbors in Ukraine should be very much heeded. There's of course focus on physical security, but also cyber security and maybe ownership security. And I think one particular part that we should really take as a lesson is that distributed generation is very, very good in a crisis where you cannot simply destroy the whole network. this is one of the elements that we could take forward. Number 3 is affordability. I think that the Russian aggression on Ukraine, the hike in energy prices, and the top up in our efforts to wean ourselves of fossil fuels imported from Russia prove that ramping up transformation efforts could be pricey. And I think we should really focus now on making sure that this transition does not increase energy poverty, that it keeps people on side, because we will not save environment and climate losing the people and our democratic mandate. Last point I would like to focus is competitiveness. EU and its people need industry, strong, sustainable industry moving forward. So we would like to focus on these elements of the Green Deal that will give us European industrial policy. I think that these are the 4 elements I would like to focus as an introduction to the panel. I guess I'm staying for the panel, but I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christoph Bolesta, to Warsaw, I presume, for joining us this morning. And also thank you to you in particular and your ministry for starting to build a relationship with us, with the environmental movement in Europe after you came into government. It's much appreciated, and we're looking forward to also working with you more closely, looking already ahead to the Polish presidency of the Council next year. Well, I guess looking back at the facts and figures that Lena presented you with, there are many, many reasons to be worried. But I think hearing from at least 3 governments that are with us, and they share our agenda of moving forward with the progressive agenda, with the transformation, also gives us some reasons for hope. So thank you to the 3 governments for joining and sharing their visions for the next years with us. So I'd now like to give the floor to our last guest in this session, Florica Fink-Hoyer, Director General of DG Environment. And I'm sure you have a lot of interesting thoughts to share with us about your priorities this year, in this year of transition. Florica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody, and happy anniversary, obviously. I think the EEB, you have shaped environmental policy for years and years, and you definitely shaped and pushed us for the Green Deal. But you also have, quite rightly, the ambition to shape the next phase of the next mandate. And we really need you and all the others here in the room to speak up and to make your voice known. I have listened very well to all the ministers. I think they all were very encouraging, and they are also some of the most staunchest supporters of the Green Deal. And I'm quite sure, Patrick, whatever I will hear afterwards, I will also support wholeheartedly. But when we know now what is coming, we heard a lot of what the ministers would like to see and hopefully support in the next mandate. I think it's also always important to look at what were the foundations that we have laid in these last 4.5 years. And because without knowing what we have done, it is not so easy to say we will implement and we will continue. And I would like to go through the 3 big pillars, from circularity to biodiversity to zero pollution, to see what have we done right, what are the foundations, but also where we really have still gaps and where we would still need to have some reality checks or push more. And again, it is the EEB's voice, it is your voice that will help us in that. Because starting with circularity, and we heard the word competitiveness quite well, when we started 4.5 years ago, even though there was already our second circular economy strategy, circular economy wasn't that well understood. Now it's clear. The Letta report, I'm quite sure the Draghi report, the European Council conclusions, they all speak about the circular economy. It's well understood, and I think it's also understood mainly also because of the lessons learned from the pandemic and from the Ukraine, from the war in Ukraine. And that this concept of going away from, using up and wasting resources, this is allowing us for going towards stability and less dependency. And we started with that. I'm extremely proud to say we started with a green industrial policy. We started with batteries, the shipment of waste, because waste is a commodity that we really need to have circulated in the internal market. We came with the ESPR, the eco-design regulation, which is really the idea, the framework to go towards making all products in the future not only efficient but also sustainable. The product passport, which will come linked to it, packaging waste just recently, and the green claims. So we rolled it all out. And I think the foundations are there, which will help trigger and launch more and more a circular economy. But the truth is, you can regulate a lot. The market is a different story. And I will explain that when we look at the what are the substances, the waste that we want to recycle, what we want to bring back into the loop as secondary raw materials of high quality. We do it well for glass, we do it well for paper, we do it well for aluminium, but we do terribly, terribly bad for plastic. So do we have a market failure? Because we were regulating and we thought this is giving the boost. We were putting in all our industrial product-based legislation, the green industrial policy-based legislation. We always put down a mandatory recycled content. You know it, right? But are we meeting that content? Our industry having geared up enough? No. We are now swamped by cheap plastic, so-called recycled plastic from other countries. So we really have to beef up our recycling industry. And that is not just by mechanical recycling. We also need chemical recycling. There is so much space for recycling, which we haven't even untapped. There's space for both, and we need it, and we need it quick. Because if not, we had the regulations that are copied by third countries, and we will go down on our production. So that's my lessons learned from circular economy, although I'm super proud of what we have done collectively on that. Now let's turn to biodiversity. The real pioneering, game-changing proposal we made very early on was the EUDR, the anti-deforestation regulation. I'm extremely proud of that, and despite what everybody's saying, this regulation, without even entering into force, has done more to halt deforestation than any SDG and any Glasgow pledge so far. I meet industry and I meet the third countries almost on a weekly basis, and they're getting prepared. Who's not getting prepared is our own member states, because they thought, that's far away. Deforestation is sometimes far away. But it's not only about deforestation, it's about degradation. It's about, again, keeping a sustainable product form in place. So we had soil monitoring, we have the forest monitoring, we have the pollinator strategy, all foundations on which we can build. And we had the nature restoration law. This is probably the most important game-changing proposal that we've done, together with the GBF, which I think we can say safely that the European Union really pushed it on the international scene. We wouldn't have it at that level if it wouldn't have been for the European Union. Nature restoration law. We made the trilogue, everything is done, now we have a halt. Unfortunately, Alain is left, but I'm counting on all of you to tell him there is one window of opportunity just right after the elections to get it through. I hope they take it. Because if not, we have a big problem. Why do we have a big problem? Because our competitiveness is totally dependent on energy. Now, we roll out in Europe massively, thanks to Fit for 55, renewables. And we actually have to step it up even more. If we do renewables, we will also have a good effect on climate mitigation and climate change, and we reduce emissions. A win-win. But you know it here in the room, you know it. 1.5, we have passed it. And don't get me wrong, we still need to phase out massively and quickly and urgently from fossil fuels. But even if we do globally, we will still not change the weather pattern. We will still not make it. We have to do it because otherwise it aggravates to its 2 point. But we really need to double nature. Without doubling nature, we will not even hold it at the 1.5. So doubling nature means we have to go on to nature restoration and nature maintenance and make it worthwhile. And we all know that the natural carbon sinks, the forest, the water, the lakes, the fresh water, the oceans. We will not make that. And for that, the nature restoration law is key. So that's definitely something which we will have to grapple with if it doesn't work, if we don't have it. Because our economy is extremely dependent, especially in Europe, but also worldwide, from a healthy nature and nature-healthy ecosystems. But we are not speaking up enough. Industry does, fortunately now. The financing industry actors do. The ECB does, but we collectively have to speak up. Now, go to zero pollution. We are good on track, actually well on track. You saw some slides also on the HCIP on this path towards a toxic-free environment by 2050. Yes, we worked a lot and very hard on the Industrial Emission Directive. I'm very happy with that. Urban wastewater treatment installations, microplastics, water pollutants. We didn't reach REACH, but there's a next mandate. What we continue to put on pillars out, such as now the classification, the labeling, but also the essential use. I just heard the minister from Poland speaking on defense. We have to phase out, not only phase out, we have to stop PFAS in the drinking water and everything else. But we also have to recognize that in certain areas we will need PFAS, and that's defense. So this will be a challenge for us. But it doesn't mean that we should stop, and I think in one way or another we will have a pass on REACH, because we can't continue like this. But the real issue, which I fear people are not speaking enough about, is the overall contamination that our citizens face from pollution, which we are not speaking about infertility, about the issue of having more cancer among the youth. This is because of microplastics. This is about of pesticides and other things. Will we address that on the next mandate? We will have to see. That brings me to water. Definitely water will be a big issue next mandate, because we all know where science is going, and we know the science already now. It is local, it is national, but there is also a European level that needs to address the water crisis and the water stresses that we are facing, particularly in Europe. And that will have to be tackled and addressed also in the CAP, in the next CAP. It is impossible not to do it. But we have to look also at infrastructure, and that's costly. And we have to look at also solidarity mechanisms, because the water stress will hit us differently in different times of the year in different regions. But it's one Europe, and if we lose that solidarity, it's also a problem. So yes, we will go on implementing. But by the way, when we go and speak about implementation of the Green Deal, we have 150 implementing delegated acts to do. So it's also a little bit of regulation. But it's not just about implementation, it's about deepening and addressing the gaps. And for that, we need money. And that brings me to one of my almost last point, the MFF. That will be the big issue under the next mandate, because we will not have enough money. Europe is getting poor. It's again linked to competitiveness, it's linked to having not enough cheap energy, and so on and so on. You heard all the ministers saying what we should not do, and I fully subscribe to it. But we also have to make sure that we have enough money for this just transition. If we don't have that, and again, please speak up, we will have more division, we have more polarization, we have more injustice. And that is not good for any society, because it will be expensive. But again, the CAP reform will be an issue, which enlargement will be a discussion. But I think there's also, again, hope, because we put in this financial regulation for the first time the do no significant harm as a principle. It's enshrined now in our regulation, in the financial regulation. That's a big step, like the environmental crime directive, and by the way. But please, we have to look and we have to speak up why sufficient money for green transition is needed for the economy, for the competitiveness, for social justice. This is also where we have to give a very strong message of continuity. I mean, the beauty of this Green Deal was it was underpinned by matching MFF, matching funding, matching targeting of green in the budget, and that gave the boost. And when you know, thinking about recycling and whatever, how much we will still need as in investment, I think we need more than we have today. Although today we did well. We overshot actually quite of these targets. So it's not negative. We have used well this mandate also from the financial side. So that's very good. But that brings me a bit to the last point. Everything I was saying and colleagues before me were saying, it all links to resource depletion, ultimately, because we are overshooting our resources. And we have to go and look always where we can go for co-benefits. When we talk about competitiveness, when we talk about this Antwerp Declaration, but why are we talking about it? What is the really underlying cause? The underlying cause is we are using up too much, we are wasting too much. And I know, and with that I want to end, that this resource scarcity and the resource competition will be an issue also for the next mandate. And I know that the EEB, like many others, are calling for regulation, for targets on that. For me, this is already in the nature restoration law, and it's also in the GBF, in the Global Biodiversity Framework. On the idea, I'm fully with you, we need to go for targets, but as I said, if we were to implement already what we have put out under these, all this legislation under the Green Deal for the last, that we put forward on the last 4.5 years, I think we would be able to reach almost all targets. Do we need new targets? It's an open question. Personally, I think we could also look at other ways. Taxation is definitely something which we haven't used. Harmful subsidies that we have to cut, definitely an avenue we haven't even used. Vetting much better all our investments, especially when we have scarce money in the next MFF, like the ECB is doing already now. They look at climate and biodiversity impacts. You have to make that the norm. And I think we need to cooperate and to speak up on what would be the effects if we were not going into implementation. So I stop with that, but I wish you fruitful discussion, but I also very much like to thank the EEB and everybody else who is behind the EEB for having been such an advocate for the Green Deal, not only now, but also in the years and years and years before we even had a Green Deal, but also please make your voice known, because we need it. But what I like very much is in this, what Patrick now will describe, you say we go from fear to hope. And I think that's what we have to make sure. I think many in the room here, we all know what the really bleak picture is. So I understand where we are getting almost like anxious, fear, and everything would overshadow even our action. But if we do so, others will not follow us. So we have to go for hope. We have to demonstrate we have solutions. Circularity is one solution, for instance. So there is solutions, and we have to make them known. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Florica, for, well, first of all, for reminding us of some of the milestones that we have indeed achieved together in the last 5 years, but also for laying out some of the challenges ahead, whether it's water resilience, whether it's protecting people from exposure to pollution, reduction targets for resource use, and also getting the money where we need it. So thank you very much for your intervention. So we come to the final point of this first session. So here it is, the European Pact for the Future, a green and social deal for a one-planet economy. So I'm going to ask Patrick ten Brink, our Secretary General, and Pega Maulana, the Secretary General of Youth for Environment Europe, to tell us what is it, why do we need it, and yeah, how did we get there? How did we develop it? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We're going to do a double act on this because, of course, the future is more Pega's than mine. So anyway, we created this pact basically to create a sort of a clear and concrete vision for what policymakers could do in these times of crisis and to create an agenda of hope. And we've heard today that there are a number of challenges. We've heard the triple climate, biodiversity, pollution crisis. We've heard also about disposable income and poverty exacerbated by inflation. We've also not heard yet, but a little bit we've heard about disinformation, putting democracy at risk, inflaming the fear and anxiety and despair. So we need to recognize all of these fears, and we need to address the factors driving these fears, and then build a practical and positive agenda of hope on this. So we need to move from the fear of hope, and I'm glad you recognize this is helpful, because there is extraordinary potential around good quality jobs in the transition, about energy and cost savings, addressing the poverty and the concerns for agency. There's also health benefits across. There's also regulation can drive innovation and competitiveness. We can also have resilience, and we can also have safety and security with respect to independence and fossil fuels. So we developed the pact basically that would address the fears, but it would also create hope. We explored what was delivered under the Green Deal already and tried to identify what is still needed for the next 5 years. We explored what civil society, all here and wider, wanted, and we also then complemented this with consultations with policymakers, think tanks, social partners, and progressive business, because we wanted a pact which is a solid pact and something that everyone can say, yeah, we can go for this, we can sign up. And so we developed this as a green and social deal for a one-planet economy with some urgency, because we actually have only the next 2 months to really decide what we want to do. So this is the problem now of having pages and mics and computers. So basically, as heard before, I mean, 2024 and effectively the next 2 months are the fundamental moments. We have the strategic agenda, which you've heard, the 17th of June will be important. We've heard about the elections, 6th and 9th of June, which will be fundamentally important. And we also, because the elections will decide the parliament, and then the elections will also, the parliament will help vote for the new commission president. The new commission president will have the political guidelines and also set the new commission work program. So all of these are important. So we think that each of these need to basically embrace a green and social deal for a one-planet economy. But we want to ask now, Pega as a representative for European youth, as to whether you agree with that.
Thank you, Patrick. I think we'll steal this. We have to share this for now then. I see plenty of youth in the audience, so I'm very happy to see that. And really, in general, and I'm really generalizing, youth are very much worried about the future, and in fact, we are very frightened by it. And in a recent survey with 18 to 25-year-olds, 83% thought that we have failed to look after the planet. 84% said that they were worried about the climate change, and 75% said that they think the future is very, very frightening. And we also asked children who were between age 10 and 18, and they expressed grave concerns towards the triple climate, biodiversity, and pollution crisis that we are facing. And over 69% of them have said that they are extremely dissatisfied with politicians' efforts to address them. So what we see is that there is a clear imperative to act. Oh, thank you.
Well, the European Green Deal was a great starting point. There's no lie in that. It catalyzed part of the system change that we needed and we desperately asked for. It strengthened the EU's international credibility, so thank you very much for that. And it proved to be a tool for EU's competitiveness globally. But we should go further, and we need to go further. And this is why I agree with you, Patrick, that we need a European Pact for Future that is green and it's social and it's for one planet economy. And in line with that, I have a question for you. What is in the plan and how does it address our fear and actually revitalize a bit of hope for us as well?
Great, thanks. Maybe we should shift over here because people are being torn between seeing us and seeing the slides. Okay, no, thanks. Basically, we're basically offering an agenda that addresses all of youth's concerns and your concerns, the fears for the future. You request the decision makers chart a way forward. Okay, part of this is responding to the crisis, but part of it is also responding to the opportunities and seizing them. On the crisis first, reality won't stop if policymakers press pause. There are gaps and ambitions are still too weak. We do need to implement, yes, implement, but we also need to recognize the gaps and where we need to increase ambition. So to make that more explicit, we need a decarbonized energy system by 2040 and enabling mechanisms to achieve this. It's not just target, it's also the measures to make it work. We need the nature restoration law to cross the line. This is a positive agenda for resilience, for an investment in the future. It's not a policy that should elicit fear, and it's certainly not something that should be a political sacrificial lamb. On toxics and pollution, we have to have responsible regulation to protect people's health from toxic chemicals, from pollution, air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution. We need to engender trust so that people have faith again in government. And one example, PFAS, the forever chemicals, it's just inappropriate and wrong for there to be PFAS in our drinking water. PFAS was possible because there was no regulation stopping it and business didn't take responsibility voluntarily. So we need strengthened regulation, and we need regulation to be implemented and respected. Now is not the time to push for deregulation. So youth benefits from each of the above. But second, it's not all about crisis. It's all about opportunities for resource reduction and resilience, for circular economy and well-being. And as mentioned before, you have good quality jobs. You've got savings from the push for renewables, from circular economy, from resource efficiency and resilience and autonomy. There's a whole list of benefits that we need to benefit. But just to unpack one of them, at the moment, we only use 11% of materials in the circular economy. 89% are wasted. Just think of the opportunities of this 89%. I mean, it's mammoth. And then on health and well-being, we know it's essential, but consider the opportunities by refocusing towards a well-being economy as a priority. Again, this would create an agenda for youth and for the next generations. So will this help you some more?
Absolutely. It does give us some hope on that, but there has been a lot of pushback lately as well. There is a lot of talk about selective competitiveness and also needing to focus only on industry. So the question I have for you is that in the European Social Pact, there is a fast-track plan towards a one-planet economy. Can you elaborate a bit on that and what does that really entail as well?
Thanks for the question. Yes, we need to fast track for a one planet economy. We need industry to be part of this solution. And we've offered sort of three main recommendations on this. The first is across all sectors, so sector-wide, help the sectors become resilient and competitiveness on sustainability. We need a race to the top. So for that, we need to ramp up investment in skills, in training, in job creation, in research, and as well as in infrastructure, for example, smart grids, with decentralized production on smart grids as well, which links back to the previous speakers. But then also, it's not only about sectors, it's also about value chains. So look at the sustainable food systems. We almost had the sustainable food systems law. It was there, and it was just lost at the last moment because it was just too much politically. But we need to launch a policy package to put that back on the table. So this is about value chains, but it's also about supply chains. So we need to strengthen the chemicals legislation and implement, basically, that implements the support for health, but it also catalyzes innovation and avoids toxic supply chains, which is basically a problem into the future. So that's the first issue, work across the sectors. The second is you need to drive system change through investments, through fair taxation, through distribution. So core to that has to be an investment pact for a Green Deal transition so that all people are on board, people and business. Part of that's European money, part of it's national money, part of it's public procurement, part of it's private money, and part of it's our own pockets as well. We also need to reform taxation and pricing to ensure fairness and distribution and put into practice the polluter pays. We need fairness and we need the right signals. And the third main thread to offer you hope for this one planet economy transition is to make the safe and sustainable choice the easy choice for people and business. So this is, of course, a massive aspiration, but an essential aspiration. And for that, we need basically different policy packages for making the safe and sustainable products, the services, the norm on mobility, on housing, on energy, and other necessary consumables. And then we need to revise the sustainable public procurement policy to champion the market transformation. Public procurement is 14% of GDP. Everyone's running after the 1% of the MFF, but this is 14%, so 14 times. So I think this is a start, and hopefully it'll encourage and engage everyone. So what else do we need to give you hope?
Thank you. Well, I think one part that is especially highlighted is about fair transition and just transition. And I have 2 points to highlight on that. The first point is that we need to have a new social contract that leaves no one behind. And how we're going to do that is by asking for a EU-wide strategy that addresses inequalities and ends poverty. The way we will do that is by ensuring minimum income for all, which is a bit bizarre that we still don't have that, and to create a social proof policy that takes into account gender and other inequalities that are still existing around. The second point that I would like to also highlight within the Pact is that we need to strengthen environmental democracy and especially give voice to youth and others who are too often forgotten. This is by one of the examples that we have highlighted is through the recognition of the inherent right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment by supporting and promoting the adoption of the additional protocol to the European Convention of Human Rights. And I see that many organizations and NGOs are promoting that, so thank you very much for that, and we should continue it. Second, it's about implementing a European civil society strategy and civil dialogue with a specific focus on younger generations and marginalized groups, specifically within innovation in participatory democracy. And in relation to youth, we have a great example of that, which is to make a systematic policy across Europe to reduce the voting age to 16, which has shown a lot of success stories across Europe. But Patrick, I want to go back to you on another topic which we saw a lot of our guest speakers talk about, and it was about EU enlargement and the global dimensions. What does the Pact talk about on this element?
Thanks. Yes, no, we do fortunately mention something on both of those, not surprisingly. So basically on EU enlargement, we need to support and show solidarity for the enlarging EU. I mean, this is a massive and momentous time in history for the whole of Europe. So here we propose to roll out the green and just transition across the candidate countries and more widely, to support fossil fuel independence, to support decent work, to support health and security with due legal, administrative and financial support. This has to be a collaboration. It has to be a priority. This has to be a moment in time that we seize. We also, at the same time, need to reform EU governance to ensure that EU decision-making is not undermined by EU enlargement. And that is actually a big challenge. But without that, we may actually cause a problem for ourselves, which we need to deal with. On a global level, Europe is not an island, of course, so we need to commit to global justice and drive partnerships to face the common challenges. So part of that is taking responsibility for and scaling back Europe's negative externalities and resource exploitation. We've built on a lot of that over the last 100 years. We need to be honest about it. We need to look at our responsibilities and we need to deal with them. We've seen it in the climate context, but it's much more than that. And we also need to lead on global diplomacy for multilateral solutions and engage in Green Deal type partnerships. We can learn from each other. Each country, each region has specific things that they do fantastically well, and let's learn from each other in mutual respect. And we need to also systematically push for the respect for the international rule of law. This is fundamental, and we need to basically make that a bedrock of progress. So does that give you hope, or do you still need more?
Thank you. I want to steal your point about rule of law. I think it gives us hope, but we definitely need to do more, especially in that line, by implementing and enforcing EU legislations to protect rule of law and also our health. And we have a few examples on that. One being that it's important to set up implementation and enforcement action plans that have a strong focus on upholding rule of law across the European Union. And also to show that the promises we make, we actually uphold, and we can actually have a bit of a trust in the system, a bit of a check and balance. And frankly, youth can only sign a new social contract if leaders offer youth and next generation a promising and sustainable future. And lastly, I think it's very important to say that we need to strengthen EU governance and our trust in the European project. And we can do that by tackling disinformation that is going around and to remove the influence we are having from vested interest and to strengthen public accountability. I think everybody resonates to all of these points. And importantly, as an action plan, it's very important to have a Commission Vice President for the European Green Deal and social investment, and also a Commissioner for Youth and Future Generations, because, I mean, how else can we be represented if we also cannot even vote or be eligible until we are 18?
Okay. Great. So then now the question is, I think it's, my final question to you, is this an agenda of hope? I mean, what do you need for it to be an agenda of hope? We've got an agenda, but do you trust it?
Absolutely. I mean, if it becomes a reality.
Now we've got one microphone. And what would you need for that?
The script is short. Well, it's very important for as many organizations and individuals to sign the pact. I think every vote counts and every signature counts. So by adding your name to the pact and giving it the legitimacy it deserves, you can sign it as individuals and as organizations. So bonus point.
So can I give you this iconic green pen to sign? This thing, or do you want?
Yes, you also have the QR code, which I don't know if we can go to the next slide. It might be easier for us. Yes. So this is the pact, which I will sign shortly after we give the mic away. But otherwise, please scan the QR code. You can even sign it directly now from your chairs. Thank you very much to who flicked the next. So please do so.
Yeah. And one thing, if you look at it, there's the 12 dozen demands there. You'll see the ask, you'll see the flagship action, but to the right, there's a very, very, very subtle little downward arrow, downward triangle. You press on that, and then out comes what are the issues and what are the wider asks. Okay, so do look at that before you sign. But there's no traps and no surprises there.
Can we sign? I would love to.
Yes, you can sign, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Pega. Thank you, Patrick. I think you got the message. Sign the pact. You will actually be given the opportunity to sign it over lunch using the green pen if you prefer to do it manually. But otherwise, you can do it online indeed, and that's the same for the people who are following us online. So let me close this first session by warmly thanking all the great speakers of this morning, and big round of applause for them. Thank you all, and those online as well. It was a clear setting the scene exercise. Yes, there are reasons to be worried, but we should focus on hope, not on fear. I think that this was the clear message from this morning. And let's really hope that after these presentations of this morning, all the people who were worried where they came in the room this morning are moving slowly to the hope, part of the screen. We will test it again later. Don't forget to also be active on social media. You have the hashtags here. That's the same for the people online. And let me also inform you, for the ones who have been following us online and who are wondering when they can step in, there will be possibilities in the next sessions, actually, for you to ask questions. But that's the same for the people in the room. If you don't want to raise your hand, you can also scan the QR code there, go on Slido, and ask questions for the next sessions. Now, I'm sure that because it was an early start of a Monday, that you're all waiting for the coffee, for your shot of caffeine, and let's hope that this is also going to help you becoming more hopeful. This is going to be served in the room next door, and because we're kind enough, we're actually extending it slightly by 5 minutes. So you're asked to be back in the room by 10:50, please. Enjoy your coffee. Thanks a lot.
Hello. We are going to begin. Welcome to this second panel of the conference, which will focus on climate adaptation and resilience. I think all we are aware of climate change is a really big and serious problem. And you know that last year, 2023, was the hottest year in the records, and around 77% of Europeans think that climate change is a really very serious problem, and effectively it is. The delays in climate change adaptation have costs, economic, social, and also in terms of ecological damages. A good example is the ecological collapse of Mar Menor Lagoon in Spain, which has caused a lot of a cost to different economic sectors with a value of billions of euros, and also important social impacts to the local communities. And we have a lot of other examples. For example, the increase in water demands in areas which are already facing strong water scarcity. So we urgently need a just transition pathway to recover resilience and the health of soils, water, and ecosystems. And we are going to talk about the priorities for the next legislature with the following experts. We have first Luc Bas, which is the director of the Belgian Climate and Environment Risk Assessment Center. Before, he was head of coordination, networks, and strategy for the European Environment Agency, and also the director of the European Office of the International Union for Nature Conservation. So thank you very much, Luc, for your participation. We also have Orno Svagst, sorry if my pronunciation is not very good, which is a bureau member of the European Economic and Social Committee, which is the voice of the organized civil society in Europe. And he has particularly worked on the implementation of environmental law and governance. And he's also vice president of France Nature Environment, which is the largest French environmental organization. So thank you so much for joining us, or not. Then online, we have Martin Hosik, which is part of the Renew Europe group. He is vice president of the European Parliament and also member of the Environment Committee, and also official contact point for the European Chemicals Agency. So thank you very much, Martin, for your participation. And then finally, we have Adeline Rochette, which is the program manager for the Corporate Leaders Group Europe, which is a very influential and relevant cross-sectoral group of European businesses collaborating to accelerate a wide economy action. And you are also manager of the nature programs of the University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. So thank you, all of you. And beginning with you, Luke, we have heard earlier about the climate risk assessment by the European Environment Agency. And in part, the Belgium Climate Center has been set up partially in response to that. So what is the role of this center, and how can it contribute to adaptation and resilience, not only on Belgium, but beyond also? So, please.
Thanks a lot, and I hope this works now. Does it? Okay. Thanks for the invitation, and also the opportunity to actually explain what this new center actually is supposed to do and why it was put together in Belgium. We didn't have any. It doesn't. I thought so. This does. I thought I didn't hear the echo, so I thought something must have been wrong. The center was conceptualized just after the terrible floodings in Wallonia, but also in Germany, of course, with all the devastation and the casualties that were there. And at that time, the Belgian federal government thought, okay, we need to be better prepared. We need a center that is actually preventing this to happen in the future, or at least to have some kind of defense mechanism. Because ultimately, what we're talking about here is a defense mechanism against climate change, and of course, the effects that are underlying, which are the non-climatic, which is in the UCRA so beautifully said. Non-climatic, a new term in my view, because it's, I think, mostly the environmental context that is underlying, and which climate change just makes worse when it happens. So you need to look at these things together. And so from the start, it was looked at as a climate and environment risk assessment center, because you cannot separate those two. So that's the first very important one. Prepare for future events and be having some preventive measures there. Secondly, we need to know more about what's going on. And at the same time, we know more than enough. So we will investigate more, and I think it's very often on translating these issues more at the local level, because we have these huge numbers and these huge risk assessments at European level or at global level, but these big numbers, they don't talk to people. Billions of damage all over the world, yeah, okay, but you need to localize it, or at least do some national assessment. That's another one. So we will do the national focus. But we need to communicate and have a better narrative. And we all know that we are losing the narrative at the moment. Even in the run-up to the elections, it's difficult to keep the narrative in the right place. And so I think with what we will be doing, we will try to get a stronger narrative. And then a very important extra to this center, and that is potentially why it gets quite some interest abroad, is that we have a mandate to advise our National Security Council. And we will have to translate what will be the findings on economic loss, on health impacts, more specifically for Belgium. But of course, always in collaboration with at least the very close neighbors, but also in the European context, to translate this into when do these become a security issue. And when they become a security issue, then you get into a defense logic. And I think we are at the point where we need to get into a climate defense logic to get some of the investments explained. Because defense often translates into finance, as we all know. So I think this is an important part, but we need to make this intelligently and very correctly. These are very complex matters, so we need to look at these complex risk assessments as such. And then maybe just to point at a few of the projects that are going on now, but that could be interesting to look at linkages between everything that's going on, is that we did a downscaling for Belgium on the planetary boundaries, just as sort of a kind of zero measurement of where we are, what are the transgressions. It's also, of course, partly linked to fair shares, but it's also territorial transgressions that are threatening. And so that will be a starting point, and from there we will look at the social context. And then finally, just to wrap up on what the center will be doing, we want to focus on a study with our Federal Planning Bureau on the cost of no adaptation, which is another equation than the cost of no mitigation, which remains utterly important, and we need to continue on the mitigation front, but we cannot neglect for that reason, the adaptation efforts that we need to do. And we hope to have our first risk assessment for Belgium ready, which will be climate change and biodiversity loss impact for Belgium before summer 25.
Thank you very much, Luc. And then Arnaud. We are feeling climate change through big floods and droughts, but climate change is also an additional pressure to our water ecosystems, which are already affected by pollution and overexploitation. So our water problems are becoming more acute and harder. And scientists are calling or are claiming for green and blue solutions. And we know that the Economic and Social Committee has recognized that in its call for a blue deal. So what type of solution are you calling for, especially for sectors such as agriculture? And to what extent the Green Deal has contributed to such solution, and what needs to be done in the next legislature? So please.
Thank you for the invitation and your questions. The workers, the employers and civil society organization in the European Economic and Social Committee have to provide opinion to the legislators, members of parliament like Mr. Hodzik, or the council and the commission. And we also can have our own initiative, and that's why because we noticed, like you, mitigation is not the only way to go forward, because consequences already are here. We also need adaptation. And water is life. Water is really not only to be seen as a sectoral, environmental politic. We have a water framework directive. We have also during this Green Deal mandate have had a lot of new steps made. I'm thinking, and we will hear about it later on, I think, about this law for our soils, but we still need a more holistic, integrated, standalone priority for water. It's about quality and quantity. It's about not only ecosystems, but also our health and the economy. A lot of sectors need it. And in our call, we have, through several own initiative opinions, developed a lot of ideas, proposals already available online. We also will have 2 events coming up on the 10th of June and the 2nd of July, if you may be interested. And we really want, for the next period, to have much more of this politics that enable stakeholders, because you asked about it, in the agriculture, to protect their soils, to protect biodiversity, enhance nature-based solutions, agroecological practices, be more water efficient. Just in a few words. I won't go into too much details here, but we also want the European Union to be much more consequent in its way to spread or to implement all the politics we decide to have. We need to protect our social and environmental standards in regard of, let's say, unfair practices related to trade deals, to monetary policies, international funds that may not help us to develop or to to make this just transition we need in all economical sectors. So this is one thing we also bring with this ask for a standalone priority dealing with water in each and every sector.
Thank you so much, Arnaud. And then, sorry, I always forgetting. So thank you very much, Arnaud. And now, Martin. Healthy soils are really our allies against climate change. They are also very important for adaptation, but despite of this, in Europe, around 70% of soils are not in a healthy state, and this is a general problem all over the world, not only in Europe. So you are a parliament rapporteur of the soil monitoring law. So we would like to know what might be the impact of this law, this new law, and also what are your hopes for the European trajectories towards more healthy soils after the June elections, please?
Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much. And I'm sorry I cannot be with you, but you know how it goes during the election campaign. One has to be in one's voting district and do the utmost, and that's what I'm doing since a few weeks, and I'm planning to do a few more. But one more thing to get to the point is just a brief reflection on what Bas said. I think it's really, really important to connect the adaptation with resilience, indeed. And I think looking at what's coming, and I want to remind also everybody about the floods last year in Slovenia, not Slovakia, Slovenia, which caused more than 10% GDP in terms of damages. So you can imagine 10% GDP size of a destruction in the country. It's beyond comprehension, so it needs to be something in terms of a communication where people can relate to that. And also we need to make sure that it's actually, and that's what I heard from people from Slovenia, doesn't lead to backlash against green policies, because that can happen too. Now, in terms of the soil, to give you a bit of a background, I actually had to fight for 4 years now, to make sure that we have another go at the soil legislative framework in the EU, because it was not in the original plans of the Green Deal. It was a strategy, but not legislation, because the Commission was too frightened to go out with the soil legislation after 2 failed attempts. And thanks to the Parliament, where I managed to convince them in the soil resolution to call for legislative framework, and a group of member states I work with, the Commission finally committed to a soil health law, if you remember originally. And it was back in 2022 in the soil strategy. Now it turned into more soil monitoring and resilience, and people forget about the resilience part, but I think this is a crucial thing to forget. This should not be only about monitoring, but also about making sure that the soils are resilient. And that's where I think, despite the, let's call it, deteriorating political climate in the Parliament towards the end of the legislature, we managed to maintain the 2050 target. Yes, it's not binding for healthy soils across the European Union. It's not a binding one. There is at the moment not political appetite, let's be sadly honest, for such a binding target. But I think it's already a very good and solid start. And I think what we need to really make sure is that the soils, are dying in front of our eyes, literally dying, are not only kept alive, but are flourishing again. I'm not going to go into the whole carbon farming side of it. And I'm trying to keep these two pieces separate. But what we really need to achieve, and I think given the circumstances, the Parliament's mandate is very good, or decent. Of course, I would like to have more ambition, but this is what we managed to do. my hope is that if the Council is able to, as it plans, to have a general approach in June, the trilogues should start in September, and I'm looking forward to negotiate if I get re-elected. Now, I think the crucial thing will be, and is always there, to maintain also the support from the side of the Parliament. And that's very honestly about whether all of the EEB members and the members of the EEB members will actually go out and vote. Let's put it very bluntly, you don't have to vote for me, but push the parties to actually be willing to continue with the implementation of the Green Deal, because also that's about security and resilience.
Okay.
And as the last word, I hope that at the end of the day, we will have a law that will be well linked and cross-linked with the other pieces and will provide a really good basis of restoring the soil health, as well as mapping contaminated sites and starting to sharing the knowledge and dealing with the contaminated sites that are damaging the soil health across Europe.
Thank you so much, Martin and Adeline. Adaptation and mitigation should be based on nature-based solutions, and we know that you are very vocal in your support to the nature restoration law. So the question is, why business is calling for more regulation on nature, and how can business help or provide solutions to water and nature when governments fail, or if governments fail? So please, Adeline.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me today. I'm very happy to be part of this discussion also because I think, in any case, partnership and broad coordination, broad cooperation are always a good solution to move forward to the most sustainable solutions. So indeed, I represent the Corporate Leaders Group Europe, which is a business coalition that is organized by the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, which means we have a strong ground in the academic world, and we really believe in science-based and fact-based solutions. And the reason why the Corporate Leaders Group Europe decided to work a lot on nature restoration law a couple of years ago was because, of course, any climate action that is not deeply connected to nature action is not going to succeed. And for it to be really, for nature action to really take off, we need to have regulation that apply to all, and that is harmonized as can be, and to really deliver in the single market. Now, the business leaders have also decided to integrate that efforts because, first of all, businesses like predictability and certainty. They like to have, as I think that's Mrs. Florica, I forgot her name, I'm sorry. Anyway, the representative from DG Environment said it, that even before some regulation enter into force, they already have some transformative potential because businesses have to start organizing, because value chains have to start organizing, because it unlocks investment. But of course, they want to have a regulation that gives the same rule, the same rule apply to all the ecosystem. So this is the first thing. They like certainty, and investors like to have clear signal to start investing and to have the necessary change happening in the value chain. The other thing is that they see also their own interest in de-risking and adapt to secure their own infrastructure and assets. They know that there is a risk that climate disaster would impact their own assets, so that's of their interest if there is a clear framework to de-risk that. And finally, and we had published a briefing last year displaying some concrete example. There are multiple other benefits that come with it. There are benefits in terms of community engagement when they invest in nature-based solutions and in nature restoration. There are multiple new business opportunities arising. There are, and there are also, I don't know, happier workers who have better working conditions, and this is also good for them. But there is also one big gap, I think, and it will be my final point, in the current EU framework, which is that for now we measure competitiveness from a very narrow lens, and that is mostly focused on immediate productivity and return on investment. If you had a framework that measures competitiveness also in terms of public health, in terms of ecosystem resilience, in terms of biodiversity thriving and so on, this would be a strong incentive for European businesses to invest in nature-based solutions and sustainable solutions. And we are not quite there yet, but I believe this is progressing.
Okay, thank you very much, Adeline. And now I have a common question for all of you. Dealing with practical steps. So you know that in the European Pact for the Future of the EIB, we recognize that the advance towards adaptation is being very low by member states. So we are demanding a new law, climate resilience law, with additional obligations to those already contained in the climate law or the Water Framework Directive or in the Nature Restoration Law. So the question is, what do you think could or should be included in such a new legal framework? And if not in a new legal framework, what should we do to remove actual barriers for a just transition and with ecosystem-based solutions to advance towards adaptation and resilience? So 2 minutes each one. So Luc, please, your 2 minutes.
Wow, I wish I could solve that in 2 minutes, doing that whole policy jump for the EU. I'm looking at Martin. I think he's also very hoping that I give him all the solutions for the next legislature. I'm going to just focus on a few things. First of all, the fact that there should be some framework in Europe on how we look at resilience and how we want to increase resilience as such would be helpful. There's some things that are happening on critical infrastructure, like the CR directive and stuff. So there's a lot of tools that are in place that could be maybe triggered by putting it in a framework. So a law, I'm not going to make an opinion on the law or not, or the need for a law, but at least a proper framework in which some obligations are there. Then secondly, what is clearly important is that we understand what it means to implement no-regret measures, because there are plenty of them. And with all the co-benefits that they bring, there are no-regret measures. And of course, the most common known now is nature-based solutions. I've been advocating for it for 10 years with the IUCN, and now finally we see business taking it up as well, or at least the business associations. So it accelerates, but they do need a framework. And so one of these resilience elements is how we can have a common understanding about what a nature-based solution is and what it is not. Strangely enough, there is one standard that is not being really much referenced to in the EU, but that is the IUCN Global Standard on Nature-Based Solutions. It's a great basis for the EU to also try to come up with one. And then you come into a zone where it gets a bit tricky, especially for the conservation community and part also in IUCN, is when you want this to really be taken up, not just by the governments, which they should still invest in public, there should be public investment in NBS. You need some kind of market for NBS. And then it gets tricky, because then you need to really, really regulate that very toughly, because it cannot be commodified. That would be a danger. And so you could imagine at some point, that you would have a single market in the EU for nature-based solutions. That would drive resilience. And if a climate resilience law or whatever instrument would come up would help for that, then we would be at least trying to make it understood in Belgium as well.
Thanks, Luc, and your floor.
Adding to that, we would say, why not this kind of law? We need to do more for adaptation, that's for sure. and not only here in Europe, but also to do more outside of Europe through the way of living we have, through the policies we develop. A few days ago, we had our overshoot day, and it cannot continue this way. We cannot take more than we should. It's unfair towards others. It's unfair towards the future, toward all living species. And so that's why this kind of law or framework should also entail a whole bunch of actions, funds, measures Europe should take in order not only to help the others, the most vulnerable outside of Europe and inside of Europe, of course, as well, but also in order to avoid the destructions we are causing everywhere. Yes, we fully support this kind of views. We hope we will do more for adaptation. We really need to change.
Thank you very much, Ornaud. Martin, your 2 minutes.
Well, I think that we indeed need to look into a legislative framework, but hey, that's what you expect from a legislator. We always want the legislative frameworks. But I think we need to go beyond that. First of all, in terms of a legislative framework on adaptation, my first recommendation is not to call it adaptation. Let's call it resilience. And let's try to, and let's look at how to make it more, I would say, closer to the people and more feeling, kind of give it a bit more relevant feeling. It's about kind of protecting lives and livelihoods. And I think this is going to be important. Second thing there in terms of legislative framework, we need to actually not just go up with the law. If we want to have it, this needs to be a concentrated effort with various stakeholders from the start, from the moment the elections are over. So this is something which ends up in the Commission plan from the very start, because then it's going to be hard. So you cannot wait until autumn. You actually have to start on the 10th of June. And the last point is we have to go beyond that. That's something I was trying to do in the previous multi-annual financial framework, and I will do, if I get elected again, for the next one, and that's policy coherence. We are so incoherent, and you know it in the mitigation, you know it in the biodiversity, and it's the same thing in adaptation and money talks. So I think the starting point, there's going to be lots of discussion about additional money, fresh money, and all the things. We actually have to make sure that we don't undermine our resilience and adaptation effort with the stuff that we pay now, and actually everything is coherent, because this is going across the policy areas from the CAP all the way to the cohesion policy, regional development, development policy, and you name it. And this is where I think we need to try to look and make sure that we are having coherent policy approach that is accepted, so to say, across the DGs, across the member states above all, and has a strong public support.
Thank you very much, Martin. And Adeline, your 2 minutes.
Thank you. And actually, I was going to talk about something that is very related with what MEP Oisik just said, which is consistency also in the financial framework. And by financial framework, I mean both public and private finance, because there is, for now, no strong incentive to invest in resilient solution, and at the same time, there is no strong disincentive to invest in climate damaging assets and projects. So having, first of all, a financial framework that integrates, I know the word negative externalities is not the easiest one to sell to the public, but this has to be really integrated in all the financial instruments that exist in Europe. There's been some progress over the last years, of course, but it has to be really integrated everywhere possible. There is also, speaking of finance, there is also something around de-risking and around the insurance, the way we do insurance. We cannot just stand and see insurance companies decide to stop insuring areas that are at risk of flood, for instance, of storm, because there are people, there are people that need to live somewhere. So we need to have an insurance framework that make it easier to go in an area that is more resilient, for instance, that integrates that risk into the entire system, but in a fair manner, and that leaves no one behind. And we need also to have more transparency everywhere in how the investments are spent, because, of course, you need to have some civil society able to keeping that in check. And I think that when it comes to climate impact, we have quite a good knowledge base now. Less so the case for environmental impact, and there are, of course, a number of data available, but maybe also making that data understandable and available to policymakers, because they are not very aware of that.
Thank you very much, Adeline. And now maybe we have a short time for some questions, maybe online, Faustine or Patricia.
Can I get the mic?
Yeah, it works now.
Okay. So we do have quite a lot of questions from participants online. I'm just going to pick out two which I think relate most closely to the discussion here. So there's one question for you, Martin, online. One participant would like to know what you think about the outcome of the member states' general approach on the soil law, if you want to comment on that one. And then there's a question from Clara, who's saying that adaptation, of course, must be at the center of our efforts. But how can we design policies that serve adaptation, but also address the root causes that cause climate change-induced risks at the same time?
Okay, so maybe Martin first, and then...
I'm going to be very short. It's hard for me to comment on the general approach since it's not yet done. It should be agreed in June, and that's where kind of I'm withholding my comments on something which is not there. But the discussions that I had with the different member states and with the Belgian presidency, for me, are showing that not exactly on kind of same approach, but I think that we had a shared understanding with the Council on the overall direction of travel, especially when it comes to some of the principles, but on the soil health and monitoring and resilience law, for example, in terms of having more regionally on kind of for locally based kind of thresholds because of the diversity of the soils. This is one of the examples. It would be for a long talk to kind of go through all the details.
Okay, so thank you. Maybe you wanted to also add?
I mean, well, obviously not on the general approach of the Council, but on solutions that deliver both for climate adaptation and climate mitigation. I think there is science. There is a lot of science for that, and you want to make sure that your framework, whatever it is, integrates that. But I don't think, if it's correct, it can be correctly approached by the policymakers. And I think that it's, as I said, businesses understand also that it is in their interest to invest in those solutions for their own, securing their own assets and investments. So I believe if the framework addresses it in a correct way, I don't think it's the biggest risk.
Thank you very much for this very quick response. And okay.
I just wanted to respond to the second question, if I may, because I think it's a very fundamental question in looking at root causes of all of this. And we talked about, of course, when you do an adaptation measure, you want to have a mitigation effect and vice versa. So those are definitely intertwined. But there's all the underlying environmental challenges that we've created that are actually aggravated by climate change. So, and again, I cannot resist looking to the executive director of the EEA. When you go through the UCRA, you very often see that what we now see as the worst climate effects are actually caused by the underlying mismanagement in the environmental context mostly, but also structurally. There's a lot of governance mess out there, and I think this is the coherence point that Martin was making. And it's happening at the EU level, it's happening at national level. So we are actually we have a governance risk for that future. And the second big part is if we do not understand or accept the root causes of what's wrong, it will be very difficult to make the investments now and not lock us into stupid investments for 2050 and for 2080. It's very difficult to try to imagine that, but even nature-based solutions, if you want them to have their full capacity, you need to do it now, and if you want to be net zero in 2050, you will bloody hell need nature also to sequester. And at the same time, you will have much more adaptation if you do it in the right way and in a smart way. So there's all this opportunity, and we still don't see it, and in some way, we're not able to explain it. We are able to explain it to you, but there's a lot of people out there that we don't get it explained to, and this is what worries me most, and what I want to have our center work on, and with all of you, of course, to make people understand that this is about opportunity and not stepping back.
So
thanks. Just one sentence to finish. When we think about these measures that are good both for mitigation and adaptation, we are talking also about resilience. It's about, after a crisis, having the system restored. But do we really want the system as it works now to be restored after this crisis? I don't think so. We only have one planet.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid we have no time for more questions. Maybe we can look at the live illustration, if any. So while we see this, I would say that you have emphasized the importance of assessment also at the local level, of doing no regret measures, of applying standards, of taking care not only within Europe but also outside to avoid damages in other parts of the world. The emphasis on resilience more than even adaptation, the importance of coherence at all levels, from the more general European level to the local levels, and also the importance of this financial framework to internalize the externalities, so we can respond to this coherence right now. No? We have no time, it is a pity, but thank you so much, Luc, Ornaud, Martin, Adeline, and also all the attendees online and in the room for this conversation on how to improve our climate adaptation and resilience in Europe and also beyond in the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much and have a beautiful day.
Good morning still. I'm Margherita Tolotto. I'm working in the EEB. I'm covering air quality and noise pollution. I am really honored to be able to moderate this panel this morning. It's made by great experts and advocates, and I'm really also happy to see our online member has joined us. I will be introducing them briefly. Dr. Maria Neira, she is directing the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health of the World Health Organization since 2005. She's leading and advising on policy management in key areas of environmental health. We also have Dr. Michael Wurst. He has been executive director of ChemTrust since July 2014. ChemTrust is a charity organization that works at EU, UK, and international level to prevent man-made chemicals from causing long-term damage to wildlife on humans, and as well by ensuring that chemicals which cause harm are actually substituted with safe alternatives. And we also have Kestutis Skepsis from the European Economic and Social Committee. He's a member since 2020. He's focusing on consumer rights, climate change, and sustainability and financial issues. In the past 2 years, he has been leading the opinion of the Committee on the revision of the Ambient Air Quality Directive. He is also Vice President of the Lithuanian Consumer Alliance since 2019. I'm really glad to have the chance to discuss with you and with the participants today about pollution. We will mainly touch on air pollution, but also trying to have a look at the bigger umbrella, which is made by different kind of pollution, so to say, which are obviously all very much connected. In the Green Deal, the Commission has put forward a promise for a pollution-free Europe by, at the latest, 2050. We have seen many strategies being launched with the Green Deal, including the Zero Pollution Action Plan, the Farm to Fork strategy, the biodiversity strategy, just to make a few, to name a few. There is also a clear benefit when we think about cutting pollution regarding the actions on climate, so mutual co-benefits. Can we make sure that we are tackling things in the right way with securing that the most potential is achieved? Altogether, we are here to see if actually we are on track to reach this zero pollution ambition together with the climate neutrality promise. I will be starting with a question, if I may, to Dr. Maria Neira. Thanks again for joining us. It's really an honor for me to be able to speak with you directly. As reportedly highlighted by the European Environment Agency, air pollution remains the largest environmental health risk in Europe, despite the progress made in the past years, actually. Do we think we together, civil society, policymakers, scientists, are doing enough for tackling air pollution in the right way? Do you think that the sense of urgency that the scientific evidence is putting on the table is actually reflected in the policy actions that have been taken up to now? Thanks, Dr. Maria Neira.
Thank you very much. And for me, a real honor to be with you, and congratulations on this celebration. The very straight answer to your question is no. I mean, the magnitude of the problem is such that it's probably one of the biggest public health issues we have ever confronted. We are talking about almost 400,000 deaths in Europe, but globally we are talking about 7 million deaths. And still, we are not responding at the level of ambition and at the speed that this magnitude of the problem is requiring. The reasons for that: maybe we don't have enough, our population is not aware of how many people is dying because of the bad quality of the air we breathe. So we need to keep doing a bigger effort on making sure that no excuses, nobody will be able to say, I didn't know. Starting obviously with our politicians, but even the general population, they need to understand that the quality of the air they are breathing is conditioning on an incredible way their health and their well-being and the chronic diseases that they are having and the causes of that they are gonna suffer in the future, plus the cost for the health system that could be used in something else. Maybe are we missing science? Well, science is already good. Providing more scientific evidence will be clearly something very important. But again, no excuses. The science we have at the moment, the scientific evidence about the sources of pollution, the interventions, excuse me, the impact that the bad quality, the toxic air we are breathing is having on our health in the different parts of our body, not just on our lungs, as we thought many years ago. We can still keep in producing more evidence, but keeping in mind as well that the one we have at the moment is more than enough to challenge the actions that our politicians and institutions are taking, and we have enough volume of scientific data to put more pressure on them for taking more ambitious measures. The other point is about climate change. As you know, the negotiations are going very slow because we are going now for COP29, which means that for many years we have been negotiating on the reduction of the emissions that are contributing to both to climate change, to greenhouse gases emissions, and to air pollution. Therefore, we have a common agenda here. If we tackle the causes of climate change, one of the most immediate benefits will be the reduction of air pollution. And therefore, we need to make sure that air pollution is very much at the heart of the climate negotiation, that people understand the connections, that we put the right pressure and influence on those who are negotiating the Celsius degrees on emissions. They need to understand that they are negotiating with our health as well. And then I think as the Europeans, the leadership, the response to the protection of the health of our citizens, the promises to breathe clean air is something that we need to maintain. Of course, we need to look with and work with scientific institutions, environmental agencies, and health agencies. We have the responsibility to be very, very close and having very strong linkages and join our voices to make sure that we create even stronger arguments for more action. We need to work with mayors as well. Mayors and then the city leaders are very important because they are the ones that can change as well. Maybe not the legislation needs to be changed on another level, but they have the capacity to do multi-sectorial action, looking at the sustainable transport system, looking at how we change the way we commute and produce energy efficiency in our cities. So, and of course, citizens, of course, civil society that will be keeping the pressure on our politicians and telling the politicians that if they do the right things, if we use the health argument, if we change our narrative and we put it in positive, maybe we will be able to convince them and provide them with good arguments for more action. So for all the politicians, your votes, the way people will vote you might depend on how you protect the health of your citizens and how we explain that by telling them that thanks to your interventions, they are protecting your health as well. We need to reach zero pollution.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neira. I'm very much agreeing with this, obviously. And I would like to ask Michael if he has anything to add and also share his point of view regarding what is happening on the chemical side of things. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, air pollution is a huge issue which has been around been known about for many decades. We've had figures on how many people are affected, but it's always been amazing how long it takes to do anything. And unfortunately, the world of chemicals is very similar. There are tens of thousands of chemicals produced by the world's chemical industry, and there are millions of uses. So it's a complex area, and they're the base of the manufacturing economy. And they are all around us. So in here, you know, your clothes have dyes in, the seats have dyes in, the seats probably have some sort of flame retardant in, there'll be a plasticizer in the floor. So they're all around us. And most of them were introduced because someone made them, and they found a use for them. There wasn't much in the way of safety checks, and in reality, there still isn't. This was supposed to change several times in the last 50 years when the EEB has been in existence. We had this idea of no data, no market, but this is still not working properly. Once a chemical is on the market, the reality is that the system allows it to stay there with a very high burden of evidence to remove it. And you can see how few chemicals have been controlled over the decades. If you go back 50 years ago, people were talking about a group of chemicals called PCBs. People were discovering them in all sorts of contaminating wildlife. They accumulated in fat, they were in breast milk, because they were persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. People were talking 50 years ago, how should we replace them? How do we stop production? How do we get rid of the stocks? Eventually they were banned. They're still actually in buildings to this day in Europe. And the levels in dolphins are still high enough to affect breeding. So we're 50 years on from that. Oh, is everything different now? Well, now we're talking about forever chemicals, PFAS, which are probably in everyone. They're in groundwater, they're in wildlife, they're in rivers, they're in sea foam. Governments are now warning children not to play in sea foam in the Netherlands, Flanders, for example, as well. They're persistent and mobile, many known to be toxic with immune system effects. And again, we're discussing how should we stop production? What can we decontaminate? How do we destroy stocks? In both cases, these debates have already been going on for some years, but action had been limited. Evidence since showed that manufacturers actually knew of problems many years, often decades before this emerged. But they carried on making and carried on releasing the chemicals, polluting ourselves and the global environment. So 50 years, not so much has changed maybe. You go 25 years ago. 25 years ago, in 1998, I got involved in the EEB Chemicals Working Group for the first time. I spent quite a lot of the last 25 years involved, 8 years on waste and resources instead. You know, at that time we were talking about the problem of endocrine disruptors, chemicals that can affect the hormone system. We were talking about lack of safety data, lack of action, processes too slow, too easy to delay. That's what we were saying 25 years ago. Now we're talking about lack of data, lack of action. So it's all, I don't know, 25 years ago we talked about the importance of societal need in chemicals. The Commission has just published a paper on essential use, so, you know, some progress. We are getting progress. But the problem is, because there's so many chemicals, you can only solve the chemical crisis with a systematic approach, not just one chemical at a time as problems emerge. Because it's too late. When the problems emerge, it's there, it's in us. You know, PFAS emerged because 3M said, oh, by the way, all the blood stocks in the world have got our chemical in. So you need adequate information on safety and use, and then you need to act on groups. Things have improved. You know, with REACH, we know there's about 24,000 chemicals on the market. We know something about them, but the industry mainly produced really poor data on those chemicals. ECHA has done some really important work, the chemical agency in Helsinki, to produce group data on those chemicals, to say, actually, we can work out what's the likely harm of different chemicals without having to rely on terrible industry data. And it's starting to remove this no data, no problem idea, which has been around for more than 50 years. A lot of chemicals need to have their use controlled, but this isn't happening. We've got also, in the last few years, as part of the chemical strategy for sustainability, we've got endocrine disruptors and persistent and mobile chemicals into the idea of classification. So a chemical will actually be labeled. This is an endocrine disruptor. This is persistent and mobile. It's going to stick around in the environment and go into water supplies. But it's not enough. And the industry is so good at delaying action. It's so powerful. Brominated flame retardants, for example, very polluting. One chemical started to be evaluated in REACH in 2012. It's in polar bears. It's all over the place. It may or may not be in these chairs. It's in an awful lot of furniture. And that evaluation, 12 years later, hasn't finished yet. The company managed to delay the process, and we're still waiting. The regulators and the regulations are not strong enough to act at the scale required. We need more public and political pressure. There are harmful chemicals all around us. In 50 years, the PFAS will still be there. So we have an opportunity now. We have the PFAS restriction, which the new commission, the next commission, must deliver on. It will be a fight. We need action on groups of chemicals. We need action on the restrictions roadmap, which could get rid of many, many chemicals. But we have a very, very powerful industry. And the EEB is a crucial part of this network of groups working on chemicals. We will all be working together to highlight the chemical problem to MEPs, MEP candidates now, member states, and the new commission. Too much of the industry is fighting against the future, but we can change it. But it is 50 years of very partial success. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Very useful insights from the chemicals world, let's say. I would like to ask Kestutis if you think that this sense of urgency that science is putting on the table, as we said before, is actually reflected in the right and necessary actions being taken.
Let me pick from the point where Michael left, and you just reminded me about the power relations, which in our case, like trying to position ourselves, the handful of environmental activists and advocacy pioneers against the industry, is doing a very strange twist when we remember to look at to a global scale. Because what I like in the Pact, which I co-signed this morning, there is a point number 10 talking about the global dimension. But I would have made it point number 1, because when we talk about the pollution, it cannot be solved any way without real global action. So we Europeans act very much in a way as negative actors against the rest of the world. What I mean by that? We could probably be proud of having diminished pollution, air pollution, first of all, on European soil in the last 20, 30 years. But just think for a moment, probably so much pollution was simply outsourced. We outsourced our industry, our polluting industry. We know very well now who is the main producer of all stuff imaginable in the world. And we know how bad it is in some other countries when it comes to solid waste, exports, recycling somewhere in Africa, air pollution in places where we would normally simply not go. So that's a very important global aspect. We call so often for equalizing the power relationship which is driving our policy debate here in Europe. We know that we need some kind of a equal way of representation of our citizens against the super powerful industry. At the same time, just remember, we need to keep this feeling of compassion with all humanity, essentially. And let me also jump to the local level now when it comes to air pollution, specifically. I know that it's a third panel today already, and the only way to have you awake is to tell you a story. So that's a golden rule of all roundtables, all the panel discussions. So my story is truly personal. And it comes back to March 2024. So it's a very fresh impression. There was a fire, almost really in a central, not business district, but very close to it in Vilnius, 5,000 square meters. Caught the fire, and that was a car scrapyard. So imagine what kind of a cloud was there in the skies. I was in Brussels, my wife was in Vilnius, and she suddenly called me saying, look, we have something wrong in the air. What's happening? I don't know. So her first reaction was to trust her feelings, to trust her senses. And well, my first reaction was as well, like, yeah, okay, stay inside, don't go anywhere, and keep the children inside. And then only an hour or so later, were first reports in the media that this is a scrapyard on fire, on huge fire. So now the most difficult part of this conversation comes, because I have to say mea culpa. My immediate reaction again was somehow to flee. I checked the station, the air monitoring station in the center of Vilnius, very close to my home. And I know that
okay, I live 2-3 kilometers from that site of a fire. So PM10, the top measurement particulate matter, showed 117 micrograms per cubic meter. I know that it's, you know, the color scheme is very telling. It's not green anymore, it's not yellow anymore, it's not even orange or red anymore, it's purple. So when you see purple, you pack and you go. So it was a very quick decision. I'm flying back to Vilnius. So I'm taking my family, Airbnb, 100 kilometers away, and goodbye, right? The irony, next morning, I checked the same indicator on the measurement station. It's now very nicely yellow and green and not purple anymore. The reason I'm telling this story is not simply, okay, you know, I had the opportunity to escape from a polluted city because of this event, and I used that opportunity. But this reminds me of so many people who were left in the dark. The vice mayor of Vilnius communicated 3 very important things for that day to the citizens of Vilnius. Stay inside, keep your windows closed, and try not to use the heat recuperation systems. So that's very kind advice. But remember, this is just one small example. When something happens, people who have the knowledge, who can afford it, who are richer than average, they usually flee. And people who would really need to have this information, they usually suffer. So that probably, I know we are coming to the justice dimension soon, and that's my very personal account. I'm reflecting what I did, how I act, and I also have some things to say to our city management.
Thanks a lot, Kęstutis, for also bringing in your personal experience with air pollution peaks and how to deal with this. It's not often the case that things are actually handled in the right way, as you have highlighted, unfortunately. I would like to go back to Dr. Neira and ask her a question regarding the social dimension of air pollution and pollution in general as well. As we know, there is a relevant discussion to have also when we speak about air pollution, not only regarding environmental and health damage, but also regarding social implications. And together with the social implication, we also see the fact that often air pollution impacts are accumulated with other kind of pollution impacts, including noise, but also chemicals. So do you think that the importance of understanding the full picture and getting action, which is actually, as we were flagging also before, effects and positive results on all of this kind of pollution is a priority at this stage? And do you think that we are especially considering these aspects when we are promoting and drafting new legislation? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And definitely the social dimensions are often forgiven. I would like to say a story as well, and I'm sure that everybody knows it by now, is the one of the little Ella Kisidebra. And I think that summarized very well the social issue as well. Ella was a little girl who passed away 10 years ago, but she had a terrible presentation of asthma. She was recovered at the hospital anytime, but then, unfortunately, she was sent back to the place where she was living, which was a very polluted area in London. And therefore, she was suffering again. When the doctor who was following her and others, they were comparing the peaks of pollution in the place where she was living, obviously, they saw immediately a correlation between the seriousness of her asthma attack and the levels of pollution the same day in the place where she was living. And again, the conditions, the social conditions, restate the fact that if you are poor, if you live on a very less high-level area in London, you might have more chances to breathe air that is, the levels of pollution are very, very high. And therefore, actually, the social conditions, the vulnerability of most of the people needs to be into consideration more than what we are doing now. In some places, at one point, mayors were, for instance, taking action to say, well, those vehicles that are very polluting, they cannot come to the center of the city. But of course, the rich people, they don't have an old car. They have a very new car and not pollutant one. So what we need is to make sure that we put in place on a city a sustainable transport system that will respond to the needs of the most vulnerable and in terms of commuting. We need to have incentives to buy a different type of car for people who wants to change it. We need to have subsidies as well for those who cannot afford it. And we need to have within the cities places where people, if they want to study or they want to have a very, demanding work and they don't have air conditioning at home or heating systems that are very effective, they need to have places where they can work and they can have a better condition. So every city needs to now look at doing a kind of vulnerability map and making sure that we respond to all of that from a social point of view, and not only promoting measures that will be responding to the needs of the environmental problem, but looking as well at who will be the most penalized with those measures, and how can we make sure that those measures will be compensated with maybe subsidies or other to not penalize the most vulnerable, but at the contrary, to protect them most.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Neira. I would like to ask Michael if he can also share his views on the social dimension of chemicals pollution.
Thank you. Yes, the first thing to say is within the EU, one thing that's very clear is if you go to cheap shops and markets and buy toys or other products, there's a very good chance that you will find things that are not compliant with EU legislation. So there's huge numbers of toys with large amounts of phthalates in, also flooring products. You've got the new innovation of these drop shipping outlets, which will send stuff from China in small batches into countries. The Swedes produced a study a week or two ago showing that there was massive breach of the actual EU laws that there are. Going beyond that, you have some companies do have their own chemicals policies which go beyond the EU's, so that because they can do something, someone like IKEA can decide to do something on flame retardants, even though the companies that make the flame retardants can be very aggressive lobbyists. But a single company like IKEA can do stuff. Other companies have done chemicals policy. ChemSec, the NGO, works a lot with them, and others haven't, although it's not always the most expensive companies that have the best policy. So, but the global aspect, the first thing on the positive side, it is good to have the EU trying to discover the properties of chemicals, and all that data is shared with anyone around the world through the ECHA website, which has always been a very important part of what NGOs has pushed for. And the EU is trying to get endocrine disruption and persistence of mobile chemicals into the global system of labeling chemicals. So these things are being done. The EU has some capacity building programs, but it's still a huge problem. We haven't solved the problem here, and we're not solving it abroad. And it is, chemicals is a big issue, and you see we're part of the International Pollutants Elimination Network, an NGO network. So in Africa, there's lots of work going on, for example, on pesticides, but also on things like mercury. And EEB is a real leader globally on working on mercury pollution. In other parts of the world, in Asia, you're starting to get an awful lot of manufacturing industry, obviously in China, but moving out of China. In all those areas, what is the capacity of the regulator? What are the companies doing, which are in European supply chains, which are directly owned by European companies? There's a lot more that could be done in that area, and I know there has been progress putting some tools in place in recent years, but there's a lot to be done to make sure that really goes through. Because you know, with chemicals, the EU is in a leadership position, and it provides information and inspiration, but it needs to be much better to take it to the next level.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Kestutis, I guess you are dealing with social dimension of pollution very often within the two roles you are covering. Do you want to share with us a bit your experience and your views on this?
Yeah, I think what's definitely missing are the three aspects of justice, how we frame it, right? It's interspecies justice at the very heart of our approach to Earth. I was listening this morning to this to the address from the Commission. Double nature was something that caught my ear. We need to double nature. That was said in the context of Nature Restoration Act, which is law. Is it the law? Is it the voluntary? So it's kind of it's probably our Promethean dream of since old times, that if we just had two Earth, free Earth, for Earth. As Europeans, I guess we consume free Earth now. Americans consume 4 Earth per capita, right? So as if having more land, more nature would make us happier. So that's an open question. And it's very unjust against all the other species which suffer enormously from our actions as humans. Think of biodiversity markets. There was also a point today in the discussion talking about making biodiversity markets work, and in the UK there is a standard created in a way to encourage biodiversity markets happening. So I'm really very much frightened by these developments. Intergenerational justice is actually making me think that we tend to solve so many problems by simply dropping more money on the problem. Somebody said again, like, there is a good coincidence with MFF or with Next Generation EU and so on. So as if having some, I don't know, another 100 billion borrowed from the future and spent today, as if it could somehow make us happier, because it definitely makes our children and next generations unhappier. So that's really a very strong social dimension that we have to keep in mind. The intergenerational and intragenerational is, of course, about having so many different groups of the society living in so different conditions. Like I said before, the big question is who cares about the least knowledgeable people of the society, who takes care of the least position to flee or to adapt. And these three aspects of justice, I think, are really strongly manifested in the pollution debate, because we fail to acknowledge all this. So this in the end calls for a holistic and not for the silos approach. And it's probably at the center of our policy actions that should be at the center of all policy actions we should take here in Europe. Also involving much more stronger the Brussels effect. If it still has any value, we still need to try to reap the benefits for the global, let's say, justice alignment.
Thanks a lot, Kestutis. I would like to ask Faustine if you have any question from the online audience.
If you can hear me? No? Yes?
Not yet.
Yes? Can you hear me? Good. So yes, we do have...
it's not working.
Shall I say it again? Yes, we do. Yeah? Okay, good. So yes, we do have some questions from the online participants. I've selected 2 of them. Also, for the sake of time, there were more, but we need to start wrapping up. So do we need to focus on cutting air pollution at source? That might be also something for several speakers here. What about the agricultural sector's responsibility in this? So that's the first question. And then, because Michael, you referred to mercury as well, how is or can WHO contribute further to the implementation and the strengthening of the EU legislation concerning mercury pollution?
Thanks a lot. Dr. Neira, would you like to touch on those 2 questions, agricultural pollution and also maybe on chemicals, as you wish?
Yes, I'm sure that there are, on the chemicals and mercury in particular, what WHO is doing is, as part of the Minamata Convention, as you know, we have this agreement to remove mercury from medical devices. Believe it or not, we still have some parts of the world where we use mercury in sphygmomanometers and thermometers, and we are doing a big effort to replace with alternates and convincing all the ministers of health and removing. So efforts in that sense are ongoing. In terms of how to promote this pollution, zero pollution, and the importance for the citizens, I think we need to make sure that our vote as citizens is going in the right direction as well. We will have elections soon, and I think it's important that if people understand the impact of all of this in their health, I'm convinced that the health argument can be the one that might accelerate more action. That's why I will insist again in the importance of collaborating between environmental institutions and health institutions. At the end of the day, we have the same agenda to make sure that we protect our people's health from exposure to chemicals or pollution. And then by joint efforts and joint messages and keeping it on telling them how many lives can be saved, how many diseases can be avoided, maybe we will have a strong advocacy campaign that we can put in place over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neira. Michael, would you like to take the one on chemical, and Kasutis maybe the one on agriculture? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think on mercury, the trick is probably to look at the advice from the EEB's mercury team. And I think that this idea of pollution at source is, of course, very relevant to chemicals. And it's the reason we at ChemTrust spend so much of our effort on the start of pipe, because it's at whether the chemical is allowed to be produced that you really control things. Once it's out there, you know, in Antwerp, you have huge amounts of PFAS contaminated soil. They're trying to clean the PFAS off, which is fantastically expensive. You have groundwater, you have islands dependent on groundwater for their drinking supply, who are having to put in desalination plants because the groundwater is being contaminated by the foams used in the airport. And obviously many islands around the world have an airport, and many of them are dependent on their own groundwater. So we're really at the tip of the iceberg on what that's going to mean in terms of how we deal with that drinking water contamination. So I think the starter pipe is so important, but it's so difficult to do, because I think that's where you get the concentration of the economic interest. You have all the people who make money and have done for years, and they've sunk all their costs so they can do it cheaply. And it's only the regulator that can solve that problem.
Yes, on the also the Industrial Emissions Directive was mentioned today, and I immediately, that reminded me about the fact that there was a huge carve-out in the end, somehow making different rules for smaller and for larger, while every cow, every animal emits the same, or so there are so many initiatives which end up after the council in a really substandard state. However, sometimes there is an opportunity missed from the Commission too. Like the methane is accounted if it comes from the other sources except agriculture. Yeah, why we exclude such a huge amount of methane emission from it. So these examples are just to remind us that for our political leaders, the main issue of their political career is to get re-elected. And that counts as well for the EU elections, EU-level election. And that may not necessarily be very much in line with what scientists say or what civil society would love to hear or what ordinary citizens on the street would say.
Thanks a lot, Kestutis. I would like to ask the artist who is with us today to please share the visual that has been prepared while we were speaking and see if we can recognize our messages there as well. I think it has been a very interesting session, at least from my point of view. I really want to thank you, the three of them, the three panelists that have joined us today. Thank you very much, Dr. Neira, Michael, and Kestutis. I would like to wrap up this session by saying that, as it has been highlighted several times, health arguments are the winning arguments that we need to use and keep using during this campaign ahead of the EU elections, but also afterwards, when we will have to influence the European Commission program for the next 5 years. When we speak about health, we're not speaking about something which is far from us. Is us, is our children, is our parents, I mean, everybody around you, the person sitting next to you. So you should be taking care of everybody. I would like also to thank colleagues for the great work in organizing this session. And I would like to remind you to please sign up for this Pact for the Future. This is the first step we can take today for making sure that health arguments are indeed included in the advocacy work that we are going to conduct in the coming months and years. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Margie. And indeed, thanks to all our speakers, not just from the sessions, but the sessions before. We heard lots of striking figures, which were also, and facts, which were reflected in the illustration from our live illustrator sitting at the back. The states of our soil, water, chemical pollutions, air pollutions. We heard about climate damages related costs. But what was clear from these two sessions is that nature, climate, and pollutions are interconnected crises, and so are the solutions. The solutions have to be found in coherent approaches. And this is exactly what we are calling for and what, the way that we are setting in our Pact for the Future, which again, as Margie was saying, we invite you all to sign online or in person during the lunch break. So now we've actually reached the moment of the lunch break where all the questions that you could not ask to our great speakers today, you can actually ask them during the lunch. I will ask you to be back at 1:30, so we have a little bit over an hour for lunch, but you can only be back after you have signed the pact, of course, right? Isn't that clear? Perfect. You have a pen over there, I think, to sign it manually, but again, you can do it online, but you can also take some time to read it again in case you found that the presentation was not detailed enough. So thanks again, and see you at 1:30 sharp in the room.
issues, including the question of sufficiency. And sufficiency links to limits. And if the idea about limits to resource consumption is not as old as humanity, it is at least as old as EEB. For more than half a century, scientists and others have talked about limits to growth by using different terms, different concepts, different theories. And today we talk increasingly about sufficiency, which is a concept stating that there are limits to resource consumption, but at the same time a need to consume in order to fulfill, if we say, the Sustainable Development Goals with human development, considering welfare issues, etc. So we will discuss these topics now with a presentation first by Hans Breunig, who was previously leading the European Environment Agency and now is in the International Resource Panel, and will present the conclusions from the most recent outlook. And we will have then 3 cases from actors on the market who have ideas that help us moving towards sufficiency. So we will hear about their cases and their expectations on policymakers. But first, Hans, let's give him an applause.
All right, good afternoon. It's great to be here. Having led the EEA, it's always good to come to the EEB, especially when they are celebrating 50 years. And I would like to say, before diving into the heart of the matter, that it's no exaggeration to state that the EEB has played a critical role at juncture times in the European environment. And I think we are again at such a juncture time. So I hope that the EEB again will play the role to the maximum, because it is badly needed at this moment in time. Okay, then I will go to the first slide. I will present, the work of the International Resource Panel without spending too much time on it. You all know the IPCC. You know the IPBES. There is a third panel established in 2009. It's the International Resource Panel. It gathers about 40 scientists and has about 30 countries in its steering level. And we work on resource use on this planet, and increasingly on the link with the triple planetary crisis and with human health and well-being. The resources that we focus on are the ones that you all know and that we usually focus on: biomass, fossil fuels, metals, and non-metallic minerals. In this report, we put more than in previous reports the emphasis also on land and water as critical resources for the development of humanity. In the flagship report, which we do every 4 years, it's like the assessment reports of the IPCC, we approach the topic from this perspective. You know, the other panels are mostly looking at the outcomes of unsustainable resource use on this planet. And we are the panel that is looking at the resource use proper. To translate that in a different way, we are looking at systems of provisioning, and we are looking at production and consumption systems. And at the end of the day, it's the deeply unsustainable and unjust nature of these systems which are driving the triple planetary crisis. If we would do nothing, we would continue the graph that we've seen in the last 50 years, and that is a tripling of our resource use, and we would add about 60% under business as usual. This would have a really big impact on all sorts of things, but it's very different on where you are on the planet. If you look at the low-income countries, most of the resources are going to food, the most essential thing. If you then go towards the high-income countries, you see a more balanced view. The problem there is that this is relative, because in absolute terms, that more balanced view is, of course, a representation of overuse of resources with an overly representation in the impacts of our resource use. If you look at the impact on the triple planetary crisis, the first stages, extraction and processing of resources, when you look at climate change, is more than 60%. In other words, if you don't use those resources, it has a massive impact on climate change. Or to turn that around, there is not a snowball's chance in hell to reach your climate objectives if you don't focus on resource use and resource efficiency. Then if you look at pollution, it's more than 40% pollution and measured by particulate matter. But look at biodiversity. There is no way we will reach any of the targets of the Kunming-Montreal agenda without focusing on resource use. In this case, land and water are the main drivers. We are, of course, working in spaces where we have global agreements. The dotted lines, climate, is the decrease that we see in the climate budget if we would want to stay under the Paris Agreement targets. By the way, we've surpassed them already, the 1.5, so keeping the 1.5 alive. That is resuscitation at the moment. I mean, we've surpassed it, and I don't see any panic, which is really surprising and almost scandalous, in my opinion. So you see the dotted line, you see the opposite line in resource use and impact. Look at biodiversity loss. The flat line is the unambitious target of halting biodiversity loss. Yeah? We, of course, have better targets now that are under pressure also in the EU. The key concept of the IRP is decoupling, and we focus on, first of all, the outcomes. If economic activity goes up, we should get much more human well-being out of the economy than we do today, especially for the poorest on this planet. Then we should de-link resource use, and it's the first time that we publish something where you see a peak in resource use and then it goes down, the green arrow. And the last one is, of course, essential in the link with the triple planetary crisis. Environmental pressures and impacts should be absolutely decoupled from our resource use. This is especially the case in high-income countries. If you look at this graph, you see that high-income countries are increasing a little bit in per capita resource use. Middle-income countries, you see an explosion. That's where we extract a lot of the resources. If you look at per capita, we see a slight decrease in high-income countries, which means that decoupling is starting to happen. That is the positive news. The most concerning, though, is low-income countries. They will need to use more resources to deliver on the SDGs. So where do the resources come from? They need to come from redistribution and from sufficiency concepts that were introduced. We modeled a future that is in line with limits of the planet, planetary boundaries, and with social development goals embedded in the SDGs. And that is possible, and that future would have an economy that grows a bit more than business as usual, would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and energy demand, and would have higher human development income outcomes, index outcomes for all on this planet. But it doesn't fall from the sky. It means serious changes in these systems, which you all know, but it was impossible to model any future that is sustainable within the limits of the planet without focusing on just transition. It is no longer possible to do that. We've wasted more than 3 decades. If we would have implemented the Rio agenda, Agenda 21, we would have more options. We ran out of options. Without redistribution, justice measures, and sufficiency, it's impossible. Yeah? 2 futures. One, everything goes up, including the impact, business as usual. The other one, we see a peaking of resource use and especially less impact on the environment. Yeah? We would top at about 120 billion tons resource use on this planet as opposed to increase. We would see more resource use in the poorest countries, and they need it, and we would need absolute decoupling in our countries to provide that space under the agreement. It's not going to fall from the sky, I said. It will require really bold policy actions from governments and industry. We have mapped those in terms of institutions. All countries desperately need a sustainable resource use pathway, an agenda for that. In the EU, for the moment, that is not an obligation. It should become an obligation. We also looked at directing finance. I'll be very short. If the financial world is not shifting the needle on the compass in a system which we call capitalism, and this is not a Marxist statement, it's the name of the system, we will not get there. There is much more in the report to elaborate on that. Trade in resources is notoriously unsustainable. It needs to be part of the solution. Sustainable consumption is important, and of course, business models that cater towards that. We also look at 4 systems: food, the built environment, mobility, and energy. Why those 4? They represent 90% of the resource use. If we don't change habits there in terms of sufficiency thinking in production and consumption, we will not get there. You have seen this graph before. Most of the policy attention and the positive discourse on we're doing this and that and left and right is on the green arrow, and we need that. New businesses, and we will be speaking to them. What we are missing often is the phasing out. It's not about coming only with new stuff. We have to phase out what is unsustainable, also in resource use. And that includes, amongst other things, environmentally harmful subsidies. We've been talking about those for 30 years. Yeah? Taxes, 30 years. 30 bloody years, I might say. Yeah? When are we finally going to change our habits when it comes to those elements? And then the scientific community is unified on that. Read the reports that I mentioned, of the panels that I mentioned. We're in the same boat. If you read The Guardian, you know what IPCC authors are saying now. They are screaming out loud. How on earth, literally, is it possible that our messages are not taken more seriously? I can say the same thing on behalf of the International Resource Panel. Our report is clear. Our current system is ruining the planet and therefore ourselves. It is unjust, and it will not get us to the global agenda that we faithfully abide by every year by saying at the end of every conference we're doing really well because we removed 5 brackets in a text. I mean, it took 30 years to mention fossil fuels in climate change. It cannot take more time to mention resource efficiency and circular economy. Otherwise, it's not going to go well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans, for this excellent overview. Kind of you went through the menu of the outlook, the reports. I hope it triggered a lot of you to read it. I want to ask you a question, though, because I guess the average politician would probably say that, yes, of course, we can decouple, we can have GDP growth for those who want, and we can decrease emissions, etc. And we can probably do that in many areas. But a quite common comment that we see, and we made a study on energy sufficiency in Sweden and saw that no agencies, nothing in the parliament, nothing from the government ever referred to sufficiency. And what was said often was that, but what you cannot decouple is energy, total primary energy, and you had that going down as well. So what would your response be to the average politician thinking that improved welfare economic activity is requiring us to increase total energy use? What would you say?
It's called science. I mean, we have enough scientific evidence, we have enough reports that illustrate that it is possible. So we really should focus on the evidence that is there. I mean, I know that some have a job where you can say whatever based on nothing, but it's, no. I mean, this is a serious point. We have a party leader in this country who claimed recently that protecting nature will be the death of our economy. Give me one study that says that. And it's a bit the same there. Yes, it is possible. It is possible, but we need strong governance for that. We need strong policy, not only in the public sphere, but also in the private sphere. It's called corporate policy for a reason. It's a policy that has enormous impact. So let's work with evidence and point our economy in that direction and use the money in the economy. The IMF is not exactly a green NGO. Their study last year, $7,100 billion on environmentally harmful subsidies, direct and indirect. That's 7% of the global economy. Don't tell me that the money is not in the economy. It's not spent on the right stuff. And that was on energy, by the way. So your question.
Thank you, Hans. And you mentioned the private sector. So we will move now to free cases or free initiatives, companies. We will start with you. Tim Brekke, you're the founder and managing director of Vita. Please tell us what that is, what you're doing and how you can help foster sufficiency in a circular economy and what you expect from politicians.
Yes, very happy to do so, and thank you so much for the invitation, and happy birthday, EEB. My name is Tim. I'm one of the founders of Vital. We want to take on a vital function for the planet and get rid of single-use packaging by replacing it with efficient system of reusable packaging. So we're a tech company that allows reusable packaging to flow efficiently around the circular value chain. We have identified ready-to-consume food and drink containers as the first vertical that we're tackling. And we are a team of 55 people. We're active across 17 countries based in Germany. Most of our activity is in Germany, but as mentioned, we are also present in Belgium and France, basically in neighboring countries, but also have franchisees in Mexico who license our software in order to build local reusable packaging systems. And the way, I don't know, maybe give me a show of hands. Who has heard of Vital, of us as a company? Ah, not too bad, not too bad. Thank you, that's great. And I'm happy to reach so many new ears as well today. So the way Vital works is, as a consumer, you download our app, and this is then your library card, right? In the future, so we've already piloted this, your NFC bank card will be your Vital library card. And with this library card, you can borrow as many containers as you need whenever you order food online, when you're standing in a coffee shop, want to take a coffee to go, and you borrow them completely for free. Because guess what? We're humans. We love to use stuff for free. We don't like so much paying for something, but what we really hate is paying for something that we could use for free. So you have 14 days to return your containers, otherwise you purchase them. And since we don't want to purchase them, 99.2% of our containers are returned to a Vital partner. They're washed, they're cleaned, they're quality checked, and they get handed out again, so for the next consumer to use them. The average return time is not the 14 days, it's only 5 days. Right? So it's a highly efficient system, much more efficient than deposit systems, for example, because guess what? You get the same deposit back whether you return something the next day or a year from now, right? Not a really strong incentive for quick returns, right? And this is what we use to really operate an efficient system. We have, or the system is financed by the packaging users, so the gastronomy, mostly restaurants, canteens, event organizers, more and more quick service players that start working with us. And they, of course, save the cost of single use. And instead pay basically for using our system. And what is basically one of the key elements that enables us to do so is that we combine a bunch of stuff that's already there, right? So based on the experience that we had during COVID, people, consumers, they know how to interact with a QR code. So we use QR code for individual container tracking, and we also use RFID for individual container tracking, because if you have high volumes of reusable packaging, and this is obviously where we need to end up, right? If you look at scientific studies in closed or circular value chains with little transport distances, and little, I mean less than 300 kilometers, it's economic and environmentally the best solution to use a reusable packaging. So in these cases, we want to make reuse the default solution. And this is obviously where we will end up, and it kind of depends on policymakers on how fast we will get there, and we'll do our share on getting there as quickly as possible. But this is the idea, and then RFID enables us to really do bulk tracking and optimize the efficiency of the B2B parts of the value chain, because sometimes you need central cleaning facilities, for example, for large events, stadiums, festivals, and so on. And this is also what we basically use our software for, to make it highly efficient. Now, I think generally the transition towards a circular economy needs to incorporate more reuse, more refuse, reduce, all these R's that come before recycling. We need to get louder. Everyone working in these areas, we need to get louder. And then I think what became clear also for me as a business person and an entrepreneur is that entrepreneurialism, capitalism can only bring us so far. Given the current context, right, it's paramount that we have good regulation, fostering and shaping the economic incentives for us actors in a way that really makes sure we are making ourselves on this path to make reuse the default solution. And from my experience in large volume settings like stadiums, events, it's already very economical to use smart reusable containers like ours, because you can actually save a lot of costs. In the open system, so this means restaurants, quick service restaurants, industries, it's incredible that it's still allowed and more profitable for large companies from the quick service restaurant industry to use single use for on-site consumption. This is ridiculous, and a case in point for where we demand policymakers to come in with a ban of single-use containers for certain use cases like on-site consumption, maybe certain material types, like we started with styrofoam, for example, and can move on with another material like aluminum single-use food containers, for example. So this is something in general that we learned that works well, right? I'm not telling something super new. And then we need more financing, because given the status quo and the context that we have at the moment, single use is unfortunately too often still the economically better choice for actors, and this needs to change. And obviously we are also an economic actor in the sense that we're financed by private investors. Luckily, there are more and more green-oriented, sustainable, impact-oriented investors, but obviously financing for reusables and other circularity companies is really important as well.
Thank you very much, Tim. We move on in the panel to Cécile Guichard, who you are the project coordinator at Rotor DC. Please tell us your story.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Rotor DC is a cooperative company which is salvaging, refurbishing, and selling materials and furniture sourced from demolition sites and surplus production. We are based here in Brussels. We are existing since 10 years now, and so for a decade we are working on combating the societal limits of the construction sector today. In principle, reuse has proven to be a powerful lever for that, to reduce the impacts arising from the make-use disposal model. So every day we look around for salvageable materials that are on the verge of being discarded, aiming to extend their life cycle through the reuse. As you can imagine, this approach raises a lot of questions. On a practical level, what makes a material salvageable or not depends on many different factors: regulations, technical aspects, but also aesthetics. And the main challenge is, of course, economy, because we have to compete, and the salvage materials compete with new ones that conceal hidden environmental and social costs. So our work frequently exposes with absurdities, such as how can it be more expensive to salvage and reuse a concrete slab here in Brussels than creating a new one from scratch and import it from abroad. Also, why office fittings are made to be modular, but they are almost never reused. Another one is the main question we are answering every day is which material today can sustain the cost of their reuse. That means including salaries, rent, and taxes in a city like Brussels, where in all big city centers, because it's where the material flows come from. Despite these challenges, we have honed specific solutions over the year and managed to solve the equation for a diverse range of materials. You can find in our 800 square meter showroom and online. I mean lighting, hardware, doors, tiles, natural stones. You can have a look. Last year, we managed to reuse almost 700 tons of materials here in Brussels. Our primary focus now is on how to sustainably expand this range, ensuring continued positive contributions to environmental and social concerns. So for just to say some words about how our sector could or is changing. I truly think that reducing the demand for materials today requires a complete shift in how we value labor and work. It should no longer be only about the quantity of materials being circulated, which directly contributes to indicator as GDP, but rather about the intellectual effort and know-hows needed to keep what is already here. In this framework, rethinking the place of manual labor in our economy seems crucial, as well as embedding the societal costs in the retail price of materials. Our research has uncovered inspiring examples of businesses transitioning from linear to circular economy. For instance, demolition contractors in the Netherlands have established reuse businesses using salvaged materials. Similarly, manufacturers of interior fittings are implementing take-back and reuse schemes. Also, we have seen Belgian stone quarry becoming now a leader in the reclamation of reuse and roadwork materials. Over the past 15 years, we have encountered hundreds of small and medium-sized enterprises specializing in construction materials reclamation. On a more prospective level, research has shown that prefab concrete manufacturers already have most of the skills and equipment needed to organize the salvage of concrete slabs, at least from a technical and organizational point of view. For many businesses, a transition toward a model based on valuing what has already been produced is imaginable. At Rotor DC, we are experiencing a growing demand for salvage material and reuse in general. We have forged strong partnerships with many building contractors, providing them a channel to sell dismantled material. Upon acquisition, we invest significant effort in making these materials as easy to use as new, including thorough documentation and various operations such as sorting, cleaning, and reconditioning. For instance, we have developed a machine able to remove the mortar from the tiles. Or we are also refitting every light according to EU standard, avoiding to keep some obsolete technologies like halogenous. We have cultivated a growing network of users, including architects, carpenters, craftsmen, or women, and contractors who rely on our materials. Recently, we were awarded our first public tender, supplying second-hand furniture to the Brussels University for the next few years. However, to further advance these practices, we will all need the support from the public authorities, steering exemplary projects, adapt regulation, finance startup scale-up and transition efforts, and reduce the unfair competition with new products with hidden societal costs.
Thank you very much. We move on now to Claire Darmon, who is Head of Public Affairs at Swappy. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I work for Swappy. Some of you have maybe heard of us. We are a Finnish so-called startup. I think we're passing that point now. Established in 2016 in Finland, and we're on the mission to make refurbished mainstream. We solely focus on refurbishing iPhones, and that's a question I get all the time. Why would a small Finnish startup, scale-up company go up against the most valued brand in the world? But I think the numbers speak for themselves. If you look at the number of smartphones that are in circulation, so since July 2007, which is the introduction of the first iPhone, approximately 10 billion smartphones have been sold in the world. And only 25% are actually resold. And when I say resold, is given a second life. I'm not even talking about the third, fourth, or many more lives. So we all know that e-waste is the fastest growing waste stream in the world. The potential for growing iPhones and giving them a second life is actually huge. So that's why the company actually focuses on that particularly. If you look at also the numbers of, the smartphone market in Europe is approximately 100 billion euros just solely for the European market, and reused and refurbed is only 10% of that. So there's really a conscious choice that we have a lot of efforts to do in order to actually bring the purchase of new devices down and give second-hand and refurbished a real chance if we want to actually curb the trends. So that's why our company is really focused on that. We are different from traditional marketplaces investing into refurbishment in the sense that all of our refurbished operations are done in-house. So at the moment, we have one primary facility in Estonia, where approximately 2/3 of our employees are directly employed by us, are doing manual refurbishment. And then we have 2 other places, obviously HQ in Helsinki, but also a growing distribution center in Leipzig, Germany, where we're considering growing our what we call in-warranty repairs operations. So dealing with if you have any problem with a Swappy phone, you can actually return the phone to us, and we'll do the repairs on that. And all those operations are based in Germany, contrary to refurbishment, which is in Estonia. Our refurbishment process is 52 steps long, and it goes in a lot of details, from assessing that the phone actually charges when we get the phone back into our operations, all the way to assessing what works, what don't work, doing all the repairs that are necessary, and repackaging, reboxing it, and sending it to their final customers. Where are the phones coming from? Increasingly, they're coming from you guys. And that's something I really want to underline. Again, considering that only 25% of phones are actually resold, it does take a lot. You need to empty your drawers. We've done a survey recently, and people are not returning their phones to anyone, be it an OEM or a company like ours, because of privacy concerns. Obviously, our phones hold financial, health, pictures, any sort of personal data. You have to be sure that whomever gets your phone down the line is actually been wiped, cleaned, and there's no privacy concerns.
what about, let's make it
Sure.
survey here. How many of you still have old smartphones in your drawers?
I'm not surprised.
Okay, so you know what to do later today or tomorrow?
Well, out of those, how many are iPhones? It's still a fair amount. You'd be surprised how much you could get for your phones. Obviously, you resell it to the OEM. They do take them. In our case, it's obviously Apple, but those phones are sent for recycling. If you sell it to us, even if it has a very damaged screen, if the battery is very low and does not really hold a charge for more than 4 hours, it does still retain a value and will pay for that. So you could get between 150 up to probably 600 euros for a phone that you're hoarding in your drawers. It's very simple. We're decoupling buying phones from consumers to selling phones. So you can quickly go onto our website and do an estimate. Obviously, when we get the phone at the warehouse, we evaluate whether the quote that we've given you is actually conform to the quality of the device that we get. And we'll never take on, going back to my privacy point, we'll never take on a phone that if we power it, seems to have any sort of personal data on it. It will always be returned to the customer so they can actually wipe it themselves before it's actually wiped a second time through an industrial process that we have. You were asking the question, you know, what more can be done? Yes, very briefly, sorry. I work in an area where, you know, by default, new is king. And all legislation is drawn up and made and written from the angle of new devices. I think we really need to make a conscious effort that new is different from secondhand. We need different policy regimes. We need different laws. I'm very grateful for the work that I'm doing with the Right to Repair Coalition, and some of you colleagues are in the room today. And I'm super happy that, you know, we are taking on board the views of progressive businesses like ours, because we really need to make, you know, move the lines and make improvements when it comes to the policy framework. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think the three cases here have proven that there are many low-hanging fruits and absurdities in policies, and so, but that also meeting those can move us towards what's needed, according to what Hans said. We will have time for a few questions now from you in the audience. Not statements, questions. You know, a sentence with a question mark in the end. Preferably one sentence question. Anyone? We have microphones around. You position yourself in the middle of the room. No, we have an online as well, so we need a microphone. Anyone else? Here. Who has the microphone? Circling. Okay. Put it to the middle. You throw it in there. So we take 3 questions to start with. Please introduce yourself first.
Hello,
Yes.
hi. My name is Akif. I'm from Healthcare Without Harm. My question is to Ms. Claire. How do you collect these phones, and how are they transported to you? Is it done in a sustainable manner, or do you by air cargo? Or?
Thank you. We will take, there was one question here in the front as well. Here.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's very interesting. Just a question. Tim mentioned that your business is financed by private investors. And for the 3 of you, I'm curious about how your businesses are financed and what your mission, your overall purpose of the business is, and whether it's shareholder-owned or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. And Patricia, we have one more question online, I guess.
I think my microphone is one on, so I'm using that one. So yeah, there's one question I wanted to read out because it ties into the other question already asked. So there's somebody who wants to be convinced. Why would we buy an old second-hand phone with old technology? Question mark.
Okay. Yes.
All for me. Right, so where do the phones come from? I'd love to say that they all come from consumers, and that's our goal. And that's what our strategy is for this year, is really to increase what we call C2B, so consumers to business. Unfortunately, there is, because I think of a lack of education, people knowing what the value of their old devices hold, we do have to supply ourselves through auctions and buying from telcos. So all of that is from a business source. Sadly as well, there's not enough phones in Europe to actually cater for the demand for secondhand. As I said, we are 10% of the market for smartphones in Europe, but the demand is definitely growing. We expect a growth between 10 and 15% until 2027, 2028, but there's not enough phones in Europe. So I hope that policymakers can actually incentivize, if we're talking about circular economy, European circular economy, so that European phones actually stay in Europe and we can give them, we really can implement this circular loop. At the moment, we're not there, and some of them have to be imported from either Asia or the US. But good news, the iPhone is exactly the same if you have an American phone or a European phone, or it's marginally different, so you're not getting screwed on that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll move over to...
Yeah, maybe also to take into account the question that was asked online. So we as a company, for example, we also source what we call pre-loved tech equipment, right? So iPhones, laptops, and these kind of things. And why do we do it? Because they work, they fulfill the job, and you don't necessarily have to have the newest, shiniest, best performing technology for getting your own work done, and also probably a lot more. On the financing or investor perspective, I think this is also something that is super interesting and is exactly the connection of policy making, regulation, and entrepreneurship. It's how do you align impact and economic benefits, incentives in your own model. And since we track individual containers, we can offer a pay-per-use pricing. So that means that the more our containers are used and are replacing single-use, the more revenue we generate. And this way we can use the economic mechanisms to scale our impact. And this is, I think, exactly the path that we're on, and that we are selling to private investors, so that we tell them, hey, you have on top of your financial return, you also have an impact return, and we can actually measure it very precisely on the number of containers that we have saved. You see it with all our restaurant partners. They have below their partner icon in the app, they have a number, which is the number of replaced containers.
Thank you. If I interpret the science right, we have time for a half-a-minute question and a 1-minute answer, and then Hans will be asked the question in the end here as well to close the circle. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my question was about the International Resource Panel Global Outlook, because you're promoting kind of a decoupling idea, saying we have to decrease pressure on the environment, but the EIB report with Timothée Parric also is showing that it's not working. There is no empirical evidence of this kind of model, and it's not likely to happen in the future. So you say it's very urgent, and you have a wake-up kind of call with this report. So why do you defend this kind of idea? Yeah, that would be my question.
Hans?
Yeah, we're not defending an idea. We're defending the work of a bunch of scientists. The best evidence that you can deliver well-being and fulfill human needs at very different levels of resource use is the comparison between North America and Europe, where they use about twice the amount of materials for a very similar level of well-being. So that in and of itself illustrates that you can do this at a variety of levels. If you then go to the opening statement and you link sufficiency to that, but sufficiency also on the production side. Sufficiency is not only something for individual consumers, it's about production and consumption systems. We can deliver on the essential components of our modern society with far fewer resources than we do today. And a very concrete example is an electric vehicle which has 2.5 tons of materials in it. If we all individually own it, you can do 2.5 times so many million. If we would all use a model where they are available as part of a sustainable mobility system that would function differently, we would have a completely different resource use, and we would still be delivering the same societal benefits at a very different level, and that is called decoupling.
Thank you. To close this, I just want to ask you, if you want, what would be the one-sentence proposal a candidate to the European parliamentary elections would stand up for if you were to vote for that person to actually make sufficiency the norm? Oh, wow. So one sentence, it's voluntarily. So what would they say? Hans.
Mandatory sustainable resource use roadmaps for every single member state.
Thank you. Tim, do you have an idea?
Among many things, I would definitely vote for someone that says that externalities, he or she will stand up for externalities being priced in into the economic prices. And also, I'd be very happy to have some single-use packaging bans.
Thank you. Cécile or Claire?
Yeah, a real right to repair. I know we've just adopted a so-called right to repair directive, but it's actually just a bandage. So something that actually promotes repair. Yeah, and going back to the online question, because I didn't get the time, but...
No, we don't have time for that. Now you presented your proposal. So, still, you sort that out in the break. Yes.
I agree with the question of externalities and the question of, as I said already, but the question of societal costs in the new retail products, and and also I really think that the manual labor has to be revalorized in our countries.
Thank you very much. And I would like to raise 20 different points, but I don't need to do that because there is a manifesto on sufficiency that has been published by EEB and others, so you can take part of that. You can also look at the proposals here. And there's also an open letter on these issues that you can also take part of online to see further ideas and proposals that can be used to foster not only a circular economy, but one that makes sufficiency its norm. Let's give the panel a warm applause and thank them for participating.
I have my script up here. Okay, thank you so much for this very interesting and concrete panel. Can I ask the speakers of the final thematic session to join me here on the panel? Eve, please take a seat. Ursula and Chloe. Yeah, there she is. Okay. And Josephine, yes, hello. Please take a seat. Hello, hi. I'm going to check. Yes, you're in the right place. Perfect. And we do have one participant online. Can I get a sign that Fadel is online with us?
Can you hear me? I'm online.
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. There you are. Okay, wonderful. So welcome to the final session, thematic session of the conference called The Way Forward Towards Climate, Environmental and Social Justice. So this session is a multi-stakeholder discussion, and we're bringing together a academic expert on the just transition here in Belgium. We have a Global South expert working on globally just energy transition and fair financial system globally. We have a youth climate activist here from Brussels. We have an expert on innovation and deliberative democracy and a voice of leadership and sustainable business. So welcome very much to the panel. So as we've discussed throughout the conference, we're at this very crucial moment in Europe before the European elections in June. And we have been witnessing a deep change in the political climate around environment and climate ambitions. The European Green Deal, we've heard it this morning. I mean, we've achieved a lot, but it also didn't do enough to tackle the polycrisis we're in. And now it's being undermined. It's even being sought to, I mean, some are trying to even dismantle it. So there is a risk that the next political mandate will again focus on the old story of growth, of competitiveness, of jobs, with the risk of weak implementation of the important new legislation that we have under the Green Deal, but also with a lack of ambition to develop new and stronger policies where they're needed. But apart from that risk, there are other risks, a risk of social justice, again, being sidelined, and the risk that we do not close the gap which the European Green Deal has left in tackling the global justice issue behind decarbonization, between the zero pollution ambition and restoring nature. So in this panel, we want to discuss with the diverse group of speakers how we can tackle the social and environmental justice challenges together. So we would like to dive into how Europe can live up to its global responsibilities in ensuring a globally just transition, in working with the poorest countries to help them in the transition to carbon neutrality, and not to repeat the same mistakes in the past, and not to deepen inequalities and to continue exploitation. And we want to hear a bit more about how we can make sure we don't pit social policies against environmental policies, how we don't pit global partnership against decarbonization, for instance. And finally, we also want to weave into discussion how we can make sure people actually have a say in that process, and whether we need to and how we need to innovate democracy. So I'd like to introduce to you the panel, and then we'll have one round of questions only, and I know that many of you want to interact more with us. So already think about your questions now, because after the first round, we'll open the floor to you, and I hope you have a lot of ideas and questions to share. So we have with us online Fadel Kaboub. He's an associate professor of economics at Denison University. He's also the president of a think tank called Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity, and he's also been working as a senior advisor for PowerShift Africa. Thank you so much, Fadel, for joining us online. We also have with us Josephine van Hille. She's a social and economic policy expert from here in Belgium, from the University of Antwerp. And she's been an academic advisor support to the Just Transition, the Belgian High-Level Committee for the Just Transition. And we'll talk a bit more about the two-year process in Belgium to better understand through a very participatory process what just transition actually means. Then we have with us Chloe Mikolajczak, who is a climate and social justice activist based here in Brussels. And we've been working with you, next to you, beside you on a lot of different things. The right to repair has been mentioned, sustainable textiles, but also fossil-free politics. So welcome, Chloe. We have with us Yves de Jagere, I hope I said that correctly. You're the executive director of the Federation for Innovation and Democracy Europe, and you've also been one of the architects behind the Belgian Permanent Climate Assembly that we've already heard about this morning when Alain Marron spoke. And finally, we have with us Ursula Woodburn. She's the director of the EU office of the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership and the Corporate Leaders Group Europe. Welcome to all of you. So I'd like to start with the first question for you, Josephine, and diving a little bit deeper in your work on just transition here in Belgium. So we all know that one of the big challenges of our times is to speed up the ecological transition and to make it an opportunity to a more just society, locally, regionally here in Europe, but also globally. And this is also a part of our vision in the European Pact for the Future. As I just mentioned before, Belgium has engaged in a 2-year process to actually dive very deep into the question of just transition with a very broad dialogue that was organized involving academics, involving business, involving trade unions, government experts, but also people who do not deal on the daily basis with policy questions. So you've been an academic expert supporting this whole exercise and the whole process. And you're also one of the authors of the final report. So I'd like to know from you, what are the kind of policies that we need for a just transition? What have you learned from that process? And what is it that have been missing so far that we should be closing with the political priorities for the next 5 years?
Okay, thank you, Patricia. I think one of the key conclusions from the Belgian Just Transition report is really that just transition cannot be realized without acknowledging the breadth of its scope. I think the panel today also reflects that, but we've documented quite extensively the many dimensions in which ecological and social problems and inequalities are really intrinsically interwoven with each other, and that leads to this conclusion of just transition can never be sort of a side note or sort of an add-on to correct for adverse social impacts that we see from policy measures that are designed with primarily pursuing economic or environmental goals. So just transition really depends on our ability to think these social, ecological, and economic objectives as inseparable and depending on each other for their success, because we know, for instance, that socially cohesive societies are also more resilient when confronted with social, economic, or ecological shocks. We know that policies that take into account the diversity of the population rather than being geared towards some sort of typical average household, they're also more effective policies. And we also know that a number of meta-studies now concluded that the perceived fairness of green policy measures is really a key determinant, among the most important determinants of public support for these policies. So our key message is really one of integration, one of coherence, vision, for stepping up the ambition on both social and economic dimensions, and so really to oppose this to not. It's not about fixing something that is maybe not socially desirable, but it's really huge. It's about recalibrating the social contract under which we are organizing society and to move this towards social ecological contract or a pact for future. I think it's the same sort of underlying message. But that also makes it really hard to point at 3 key policies that will bring just transition into place, because it's a message of that it's about mainstreaming these insights into a wide range of policies, and you know that this is going very broad, from fiscal work, energy, spatial, housing, mobility, industrial, healthcare, food policy. So in these policies and how these are designed, and also in the governance processes of how policies come into place and are monitored. So having good social ecological indicators and data, for instance, and also opening up the policy process for participation, on which I'm sure we will talk more. Yeah, this was with the key conclusions from Belgium. Very briefly, I've just finished a study on also for the Federal Minister of Climate and Green Deal and Environment of Belgium for the presidency of the European Council at the moment, on the Green Deal, on how just transition is implemented in the Green Deal up to date. And we also find that this just transition policy framework is emerging. Its notion and many aspects are present in the strategic documents that make up the Green Deal, but it's also still very unbalanced and incomplete. And so also there's lots of scope for the next European policy cycle to anchor really just transition inside these key overarching instruments that will really structure and shape the policy responses by the EU, but also by its member states. And yeah, 2 example domains that will be absolutely crucial at EU level are, for instance, the funding, how funding will be provided for meeting the ambitions that the European Green Deal sets out. And second, the governance, the European governance processes of how just transition can be integrated in processes such as the European semester of the governance or the governance of the national energy and climate plans. So we could go more into depth on that, but then it becomes very detailed. So I will leave it here for now.
Thank you, Josefina. And I mean, what we have seen in the last 5 years, I mean, with all of the new legislation being developed in the European Green Deal, we have seen at quite some instances that, let's say, the social impact was only thought about once it was already kind of obvious or felt. And that's obviously too late. As you said, people need to understand that the burden is fairly distributed and that their concerns are being taken care of from the beginning of designing a new policy and not in hindsight. I mean, one element of our European Pact for the Future is, for instance, also to make sure as Europe we have a strategy of how we address poverty in Europe. We don't have an anti-poverty strategy in the EU. And then we wonder why people struggle at some point to pay their energy bills or to install the new heating system in a house they can never own. So that I think is an important point. So I'd like to turn now to you, Ursula, and discuss with you a bit the role that business leaders can play and that also your network is playing. We've been talking already quite a bit this morning and now this afternoon about that shift we have seen in the political discourse, also kind of moving towards the European elections. Many of the political leaders are being pushed by certain industry lobbies. They're also being cornered by right-wing parties, and we're seeming to revert back to that old story, the jobs and growth story, that we thought that we had overcome 5 years ago. So from your network, which includes business leaders, how can we refocus the debate now back to long-term sustainability and an economy that serves well-being and where we're competing for the best solutions rather than the biggest profits?
Thank you very much. Is this working? Right,
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Patrizia. Yes, so as you said, I'm director of the Corporate Leaders Group Europe, and I work with the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, which in effect means that we work with tens of thousands of businesses worldwide, but also specifically in Europe, we've been trying to showcase the business case for action, the business case for transitioning to a climate neutral and also nature positive Europe. And I completely agree. I think we're all seeing this shift and it's very challenging. I think the conflicts globally, issues around the enormous investment gap that are being raised, 7 billions of euros to get to our current targets and so on. So there is this kind of climate of fear, I think, a little bit. And at the same time, we are trying to implement an enormous quantity of policies, kind of running along to do that at the same time as setting long-term targets. I think our perspective is as follows. I think on the one hand, we do really need to make sure that these policymakers understand the risks. There are enormous risks to the financial system and the business system of not doing any work on climate or other things. We see that nature loss was regarded by the ECB, the European Central Bank, as the biggest second-order risk to the financial system. We need to be super clear on what the risks are, because they far outweigh a number of the other risks that the leaders are seeing in terms of the future competitiveness of the European system and so forth. But as we know, you can't build a vision on risk. So you have to also build a vision on what you're trying to aim for. I think one thing that we have been exploring in some detail is this concept of competitive sustainability, which is supposed to be at the center of the Green Deal. And really is supposed to really ensure that what we're trying to do is compete, as you say, to be for excellence, to be best at sustainably delivering what we need to do. when we looked into that in some detail, what we saw was that you should consider a number of different aspects to achieve competitive sustainability. So you should look at governance, you should look at environment, you should look at nature, the just transition, and so on and so forth. And similar, I think, to what Josefina is saying, is that if you really think through all the different things that you need to do in an economy, economies are much more resilient. And it was demonstrated by the work we did. So the economies that are really thinking this through are performing the best. So when we rank different European member states. And fundamentally, I think the resilience of the whole system depends on us really dealing with these issues. So I think, for us, I think we will support the idea that we should be guided by this principle of competitive sustainability, which brings all of these elements into account. We should be showcasing the real success that some businesses have had in decoupling growth from emissions, for example, and showcasing how, in effect, if you don't get on the bus, you'll be soon outpaced by other economies when it comes to climate-related technologies. And we've seen this a number of times with the automotive industry, for example, and what's happening in terms of the big strategic investments that China and the US and others are putting into the system. So I think, I mean, our view is that we will really be at a loss if we don't properly invest in this system, that the fundamentals of the European value system around prosperity, well-being of the communities, bringing communities along, and so forth are critical to the future resilience of our society overall. And that broadly, I think we can show how businesses have succeeded by really taking this into account. And on another note, I think what we've really been pushing for is a real clarity of where we're going, what we're trying to aim for. If we really set those targets, for example, 2040 and others, if we really look at how we're going to achieve them, we really look at the investment, the transition of the communities that will be required to do this, and the effect on people, that this is really how we have to go. But we should not be losing the fundamental necessity to tackle climate and nature at the heart of all these different activities that we're trying to do.
Thank you. So as we've heard this morning, when Patrick and Pekka were presenting our European Pact for the Future, I mean, the call was don't stop now. Yeah. And we have this kind of big drive for deregulation, or at least it's enough now. So yeah, I hope that we can build more partnerships and get support also for our vision to continue on that path of smart regulation and of creating the right legal framework together with the support from business. But let me go to Chloe. I would like to ask you, I mean, as an activist, having worked on kind of environmental and social justice for some years now, trying to link the grassroots level to, this sometimes very abstract and high-level EU policy-making sphere. When you look at that backlash that we currently experience, or that has been building up now for a while against the European Green Deal, against progressive policies in general, and where we see kind of again and again environment and climate pitted against economic development, against social protection. So how do you think we can mobilize people around a narrative of an ecological transition and to make it an opportunity for social justice at the same time?
Hello. I think if someone had the answer to that question, we wouldn't necessarily be in the situation that we're in now. But I think we need to look at how it all started. I think we all remember, or at least most of us remember, the excitement when the Green Deal was announced. It was supposed to be the man on the moon moment. But it was flawed from the beginning, right? And if you look at it, literally the first line of the text says this is a growth strategy for Europe. So And at that point, we knew it was going to be a struggle. And the fact that the social aspects were never really included and were always sidelined and eventually discussed, as you said, Patricia, at the end, when the impacts were already being felt, it was going to fail at some point, because it makes it so easy to attack by so many people, right? Because it means that there's a sort of anger and frustration that builds from a lot of people that are already struggling against these new rules that they're perceived as are going to affect their income and their ways of life. And it's actually very easily debunkable, because a lot of these measures haven't even been implemented. But we're pretty bad at debunking these facts. So the fact that it really lacks this social dimension makes it so easy to attack by the conservatives. And today, there's literally no political cost for them, for the conservatives and the far right, for attacking the Green Deal, or whatever you want to call it, for attacking nature, for backtracking on environmental regulation. There's no political cost. So of course they do it. It's an easy target. It's easy to explain, it's an easy narrative to uphold, and there's no political cost. On the contrary, they gain votes. So it just, for them, it makes a lot of sense. And I think, and mention it in a minute, but we all have a lot of, I think, inside looking to do to see where it went wrong, because at some point it did go wrong. So there's a massive problem with this narrative, and everybody has a part to play in this. The decision makers, so both the ones, the conservatives and the far right, that are willing to lie, that are willing to spread fake news, that are willing to spread lies, like they did on the nature restoration law, for instance. The progressive as well, who have played with fire a certain number of times. A lot of them who are voting on stuff that are really questionable. I'm thinking of, I don't know if do we name names? Do we name? Yeah, we name names here. I'm thinking about the progressives, so the so-called socialists who regularly vote like the EPP on a lot of files. I'm talking also about the Greens, who sometimes are willing to make their national interest go first, and so they're really crossing a line that they shouldn't be crossing, and we've seen that in recent weeks and months. And you know, of course, when they cross that line, it's a signal to a lot of other political parties that they can also cross that line. So it's also very problematic. I think NGOs, there's a responsibility, and I include myself in one, because up until a few months ago, I was working in NGOs for the past 5 years. I think we have a big responsibility in the sense that we haven't been good with the narrative, and a lot of the time we have defended environmentally focused interest, and we have failed to include the social aspect, and we also have failed to communicate how this would affect people's lives, also in our demands. The media, of course. The media has a massive responsibility in this, for failing to communicate properly and for failing to ask the right question. So it's crazy if you think about it. How are we failing to communicate the basic facts? How are we failing to communicate when we have science on our side? It doesn't make any sense. So I think we really need to look at each other. Just a very easy example is, there's reports that have been coming out showing that with a just transition, we could actually increase the number of jobs created across Europe. How are we failing to communicate that? Everybody likes job creation, even the conservatives. Yet, we're struggling with that. There's also the fact that a lot of companies don't want to change the status quo. They're very comfortable with the status quo, and of course, they're going to do everything they can to maintain that. And the fact that at the European level, they have such an easy access to decision makers makes it very easy for them to do that. I remember just very briefly telling you the story and then going on to the solutions. I was at a panel about 2 months ago, and this guy comes to me at the end of the panel, and he goes, I'm a trader in natural resources. So very relevant for the debate that happened just before. My job is literally to tell decision makers that we need to trade as many natural resources as possible. We need to not regulate the prices and all of that. And he says, I would love not to be able to tell them that. I would love to not be able to access these people, because of course I'm going to, favor and promote my interest. So there's a complete cognitive dissonance there, but there's this question of access. Who has access to the decision makers today? Who can lobby these people? That is absolutely crucial. So how do we solve this? Big question. I think we need to make the challenges, but also the solutions accessible and relatable. I think for a lot of time we've been very cautious, not to scare people too much, and we have failed to say the reality of things. we, also decision makers, also the media, there's still this question of how do we scare people, do we not scare people? We know that, for instance, anger is a very powerful feeling when it comes to action, not just anger, of course. We work with affected people. And for a lot of time, and the EU is very bad in its decision-making process to include the affected people. But we do know, and we've seen, that when we do put the affected people, put the frontline communities at the heart of the decision-making process, and not just as to look pretty or to tick a box, actually put them in the heart of the decision-making process, it usually works better because people tend to trust policies more when they've been consulted. And this doesn't happen. There's a massive question about money, right? I mean, we know that the next 5 years are going to be about how do we finance this Green Deal, but also how do we finance the transition globally. And the problem is right now, we don't have the money. I mean, no, there is the money. That's not true. But we decide not to put it where it should go. And a very concrete example is the fact that everybody's pretending that it's fine, but we just voted something called which I call the Austerity Pact about 2 weeks ago in Brussels, in Strasbourg, which literally means that there's not going to be money for the environmental transition. And this Austerity Pact means that we're going to have to pit social and environmental policies against each other because there's going to be a limited amount of money accessible. So you were asking this question about how do we change the narrative. Well, right now we have a huge challenge because this is going to ruin the narrative even more, because every time we're going to want to implement the Green Deal policies that we have adopted in the last 5 years, we're going to have to take money from public services. We're going to have to take money from people who are struggling to transition. So this is a massive thing. And also, as I'm sure you know, at the European level, we lack on what we call own resources. So there's no, for instance, taxes or stuff that allows us to raise money that would actually be able to fund this transition. There's that. We need to counter the narrative. So it's actually very easy. If you listen to people, normal people that have to drive their cars to go to work, or that still have to go to big supermarkets to do grocery shopping, they say that they would be willing to engage in this transition, but they shouldn't be the first one to change. And that makes a lot of sense. Who should be the first one to change? The big polluters, whether that's individuals or companies. And still, we are not able to push that narrative, and that in a strong enough way so that decision makers actually focus on that first. I promise you, people will embrace change way more if we've told them that the big polluters aren't allowed to continue to pollute, or that they are taxed in a way that makes it easier to fund the transition. And then I think there's also this, we tell the truth, yes, but we also propose a different model. And right now we haven't really done that. What we have proposed is slight changes, adjustments, but we haven't really been good collectively at offering a different society. And this, of course, goes through culture, it goes through arts, it goes through reimagining the way we live together as a society. And when I say we, I mean we in Europe, but also with the rest of the world, of course, in a just, environmentally, but also socially fair way. Because right now we haven't really done that. And in order to do that, we need to create a global movement. And when we're together, we're able to do that. Just a very concrete example is there's this thing that happens in Vienna regularly, which is called the Counter Gas Conference. And it's essentially a global gathering of people that want to reinvent our energy systems. And we have people coming, including from Power Shift Africa, including with the Don't Gas Africa campaign. And these are very powerful moments where we're able to build a different narrative, a different vision of how we want to live together in a way that is also environmentally fair. So we really need to focus on this, because yes, in the next 5 years, we're going to have to fight a lot against the backtracking that we're going to face, of course, but it's not going to work, and it's going to exhaust people if we're not able to offer a counter-narrative and a counter-vision of the future that we want.
Thank you so much, Chloe. I think that was a very precise analysis of a situation, and I think it resonates a lot with many of you. From that, I would like to move to open up to a more global perspective, or link to a more global perspective. And before I give the floor to you, Fadel, Chloe, you mentioned when the European Green Deal was first announced, we all got excited about it as environmentalists, as activists on different issues, and we focused all our energy on it for many years. But somewhere along the road, it became obvious that, at least from my perspective, there were two things that were weak from the beginning. One was the just transition aspect, which is there, but which wasn't really filled with a lot of impactful policies. And the other one was the very weak global dimension of the European Green Deal, whether it relates to trade, whether it relates to our dependencies on raw materials and energy supply for the region, and our dependence on resources that flow to our region. And that became ever more obvious, as we were rolling out the Green Deal. So, Fadel, you're a very strong voice out of Africa. You're calling for the decolonialization of decarbonization. So I would like you to explain what you mean by that. And also, coming from kind of a global justice perspective, what was wrong with the European Green Deal as it stands now, and how can we fix that looking forward at this new kind of period and the new set of priorities that we're trying to shape?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the kind invitation, for hosting this important conversation. I'll start with that key statement that we can't decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally and economically decolonized yet. And I'll explain what I mean by that. When you talk about a just transition with, underlining the term just as in justice, we have to understand that this is not just an energy transition. This is a system change, because the energy system is part and parcel of a whole ecosystem that is unjust, that has been unjust. And from a global South perspective, from an African perspective in particular, we have to recognize that Africa and the global South have been assigned a particular role in the global economy during colonial times. And that particular role has been reinforced during the post-colonial era, and that cannot continue moving forward if we're talking about a just transition. So what is this role? It's three major roles. Number one, we're supposed to be the place for cheap raw materials for the industrialized world. Number two, we're supposed to be the consumers of industrial output from the global north. And number three, and most importantly, we're supposed to be the place where obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing that is no longer needed in the global north is outsourced to us under the label of development, cooperation, and partnership, and so on. But effectively, what it does is that it locks us permanently at the bottom of the global value chain. And that is a structural trap. So when you talk about the global economic architecture that was designed pretty much during colonial times, global economic architecture that was not designed by us, not designed for us, it was designed for colonial extractive purposes, it cannot be the same economic architecture that will deliver a just transition for us. So that's the starting point. And I'll give you one key statistic, just one number to stay with you, so we put things in context. If we divide the world into global north and global south today, and we net out all global financial transactions, including exports, imports, foreign direct investment, interest payment, remittances from workers, even climate finance, debt relief, all transactions, including illicit financial flows, the net amount, the last data point we have, is $2 trillion moving from the global south to the global north. That's money moving in the wrong direction, $2 trillion. And that number has been accelerating over the last 20 years or so. When I first looked at this some 20 years ago, it was $500 billion, and we thought it was outrageous. Today, it's $2 trillion and increasing. Now, put that side by side with climate finance, with the numbers that we have today for climate finance. $2 trillion moving in the wrong direction versus the Green Climate Fund, for example, has barely $12 billion. According to the last replenishment from 6 months ago. The Loss and Damage Fund from COP28 has $700 million, with an M, million dollars. That's a drop in the ocean. And then you have, the promise of $100 billion from more than a decade ago. Most of it was delivered in the form of loans, 80% of it actually, in the form of loans rather than grants. So this is the summary of climate finance, and we're not going to have a just transition under this framework. Now, let me zoom in a little bit and unpack that $2 trillion number and link it
to the colonial structures that persist today. And these are the colonial structures that we must undo if we're serious about just transition in the global south. And then I'll link it back to Europe and the rest of the global north and what it means. So when you look at the main constraint that governments in the global south face, it's the fiscal policy constraint. Why? Because most of our countries are in a debt trap, external debt trap. So of course, external debt is a very serious problem, but it's actually a symptom of deeper structural issues. These are the colonial and post-colonial structural issues. And I can summarize them in 3 major points. Number 1, food deficits. Number 2, energy deficits. And number 3, manufacturing deficits. Let me explain each very briefly. When I say food deficits, according to UNCTAD, Africa today imports 85% of its food. Not by accident, by design, because less than 100 years ago, we used to be the breadbasket for colonial powers. How did it happen? Heavy agricultural subsidies that started immediately after the departure of the colonial powers in Africa. And that is, in the context of the EU, it's the European Union Common Agricultural Policy that was introduced in 1962 and is a basic pillar of the European Union to this day. Of course, it wasn't just Europe, it was the US, Canada, Australia, the former Soviet Union, which is why Russia and Ukraine dominate the market of grain production, for example. So we moved into an agricultural system where we produce what we don't consume and we consume what we don't produce. Because our farmers couldn't compete with subsidized wheat and corn from the global north, they had to switch to cash crops, coffee, tea, tobacco, and complementary food items to be exported as cash crops. Number 2, energy deficits. Energy deficits, when I mention that, I include our largest oil producer in Africa, that is Nigeria. Nigeria today imports 100% of its gasoline from global markets. It's actually gasoline that is sold to Nigeria that is illegal to sell in Europe, by the way, because of the pollutants that are included, as if the pollution matters whether it happens in Lagos or in Amsterdam. Angola, our second largest exporter of oil, imports 80% of its fuel. And the list goes on. And this is, again, by design, not by accident. And then finally, the third structural issue is the fact that the kind of manufacturing, the kind of industrial base that we were allowed to have in the global north is the kind where you have to import the machines, you have to import the fuel to power the factories, you have to import the intermediate components to assemble with low-cost labor, and we even have to import the packaging. So we end up with an industrial base that exports low value added content and imports high value added content. So with a system like this, you can double, triple, quadruple your exports. You're always locked at the bottom of the global value chain. And that is the structural trap. So moving forward, if we're talking about a just transition and decarbonization cannot happen without decolonizing those structures. And the argument is very straightforward. You go to the roots of the problem. So it's about strategic investments in food sovereignty and agroecology in the global south. It's about strategic investments in renewable energy sovereignty in the global south. And according to the International Energy Agency, the latest Africa report, Africa with existing technology, not with future innovations, with existing renewables technology, can produce by 2040 1,000 times its energy needs. 1,000 times. That's the biggest opportunity we have. And yet Africa attracts less than 2% of global investments in renewables. And of course, as most of you probably know, most of the renewable investment that is actually put in place in Africa is not for the African market. It's actually to be exported primarily to Europe, not to the 650 million people on this continent today who have no access to electricity. And then number 3, strategic investments to escape the bottom of the value chain. That is true industrial policies that will allow us to prioritize manufacturing and deploying the building blocks of development and prosperity, starting with renewable energy, partly because we have the biggest potential, and of course, because we have all the strategic minerals that we need for industrialization on this continent, all the strategic minerals that the US, China, and Europe are dashing for as we speak. Number 2, industrial policies to manufacture and deploy clean cooking infrastructure for the 950 million people today who are inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis, mostly women and children because of lack of clean cooking infrastructure. That's an industrialization opportunity when you have a market of 950 million people to be served. and clean transportation infrastructure for the continent. And when I say clean transportation, I don't mean everybody with their Tesla battery. I mean public transportation, high-speed rail, things of that nature. Just these three industrial policies can truly decolonize African economies, leverage the natural resources that we have, the strategic minerals, the complementarity of resources and capabilities, and leverage the economies of scale that we have on this continent. We're a massive consumer market, we're a massive potential industrial base. And so these are the priorities. And when we talk about just transition, if we prioritize actually the use of strategic minerals in Africa in particular to manufacture and deploy the clean cooking, the clean energy, the clean transportation, then that will force the conversation in Europe in particular, in the rest of the global north, about the lack of availability of strategic minerals. Because then the European Green Deal, which is driven by growth, I mean, you know the phrase, growth for its own sake is the ideology of a cancer cell. It's self-destruction. Then it means Europe needs to put together a coherent policy framework for degrowth, for reducing waste, for reducing consumerism, for reducing planned obsolescence, so that we can all share the strategic minerals that will allow us to decarbonize, decolonize the global south, and also allow for a true just transition and a true circular economy in Europe and beyond. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fadel. I hope you heard the applause to recognize your brilliant analysis. Thank you for sharing it with us and for pointing at the weaknesses of the current setup that we have. I remember some months ago we had a visit from a group of environmentalists from the DRC coming to our offices talking about the new dams that are being built in the DRC and which are meant to be eventually one day the biggest power station of the planet to produce, amongst others, green hydrogen to decarbonize hard to decarbonize sectors in Europe with a lot of interest from industry in the EU, again, as you've said, in a continent where half of the population does not have access at all to energy, and most of them not to affordable and sustainable energy. And these are the things that we definitely need to be watching very closely and stop from happening at the European level. So I'd like to go to you now, Yves, and to talk a bit more about the question how we can include people in these discussions, how we can actually innovate the democratic system that we need to maneuver through this ecological transition and to make it socially fair and just. As I mentioned before, you were deeply involved in setting up the Permanent Climate Assembly here in Belgium. What can we learn from the Belgian example about innovating deliberative democracy and creating better policies by listening to people? And is there also a way, if we innovate democracy, is there also a way to bring in the concerns and the voices of people outside Europe, for instance, from Africa?
Okay, thank you, and thank you for inviting me. I've already had the joy to listening to the previous speakers and learned a lot. I'm probably one of the few speakers here who's not a climate specialist as such. Yes, I'm a participation expert. So first of all, I'm going to talk about a number of things that we think could supplement what exists, but not replace what exists. When I lectured social movements at the KU Leuven, where my former colleague Hans Bruinings, who was in the previous panel, said, climate organizations were still NSMs in the literature, new social movements. And for all the gloom and doom I've been hearing here, and I do fully understand all the worries, it's, to my extent, one of the most successful CSOs that we have. Yes, the movement is in itself has grown, has become very strong, but what we see is a sort of stalemate, yes, and a sort of regression. Yes, this is also what I heard in the previous panel. There's a lot of demands, what should be done, but a feeling that we're hitting a wall. And a problem that we face is the current system, we're still bound up trying to convince policymakers, yes? We're all knocking on doors and trying to convince, whether we're saying we should, if they only understood. The problem is many policymakers are caught in very short policy cycles. Yes, the currency of a policymaker is the election and hence votes, and it's a very short term cycle. Second of all, vested interest, Chloe. You've mentioned, others have mentioned it. Yes, vested interests. I do understand that you say there are more jobs if we do this, but probably all of this is still a question of redistribution. Yes, if 1 million jobs disappear and 1.1 million jobs, yes, you have more jobs, but 1 million people and a lot of businesses lose out on something. So there's always a question of redistribution in everything I heard sitting here. And so, and finally, there's two elements on current participation. First of all, the activist side is, and the frustration also there, media loves picking sides, making sides. So whether this is what everybody should accept or what everybody should feel, it's very often portrayed as there is a side against another side. Yes, and just driving here on the train, the newspaper De Morgen had young people are going to vote in this country, and they pitted a climate activist against a young extreme right voter, right? So as if this is two choices. Yeah, so there is always a sort of, and a final thing for us, which is important, is participation. If we open it, it's very skewed, and this comes back to just transition. We know from years of participation research that people who show up most of the times are highly educated people, resourceful people, and very often these people are well-meaning. Yes, they don't mean bad, but they have certain perceptions of what is necessary, what their priorities are, and even if they feel well-meaning for other people, other people feel like somebody like me was not in the room. Now, every climate convention pact by now has the need for participation in it. As the Aarhus Convention, for example, states you could not make any climate environmental policy without participation. And so where the innovation comes from is how can we slowly formalize this and try to overcome some of the existing lacks in what is already there, not to replace it, but to add something to this. And this is where the people I work with, and at the Federation, our members are people who are experts in trying to work with new forms of deliberative democracy, citizen climate assemblies, to see how we can find some new elements there. So I think you heard Alain Marron, so I don't need to explain what a citizen climate assembly is, but there's two aspects that are important to this. It's the idea of sortition, yes, and I'm not going to go into details if there's questions, but it means you try to compose a panel that is as reflective as possible. We're not perfect, yes, I'm not going to make that claim, to the underlying population for which you're making decisions. One of the things that is remarkable in that is that 50% are women, which in most cases of participation in politics is already not the case. And normally you take into account level of education, and so you have a group of people in there who very often have low education or very short-term education, which in most participation is not the case. The second part is the deliberation. It means it's not short-term. It is long. These are long-form processes, which means there is time to reflect, to hear a lot of evidence. It's not knee-jerk policy. Yes, it is really slow politics. Yes, I always joke our job is to make politics more boring again. Now, this has been done at several national levels. Probably most of you have heard about the French Convention Citoyenne pour le Climat, some maybe of the Austrian Klimarat. They've been done in Germany, Austria, Luxembourg, Spain, the UK, Scotland, Ireland. So there is some experience built up there. Yes? And we have hundreds of local examples of local authorities using these types of processes to involve citizens in climate policy. And more, it's not only about mitigation, it's also about adaptation. So we see really that redistributive questions are being put forward, also about adaptation. What are the results of this? Now, if you take a maximum standpoint, it is mitigated. Yes, you can be very critical of some of these, and I'm in front of a room who would love a maximum result on these. So if you take a maximum result on these, you will not be happy with this. Yes? Because it is never 100% that is transmitted into policy. Yes. What we do see is that there are, if you look beyond just 100%, there is actually new policy being made after climate citizen assemblies. Yes. But some of the results are not only in policy. Yes. Some of the results are in media. For example, both France and Austria had a high media visibility. Yes, and especially the members of these assemblies were very present in the media. And so as regular people, they could say, I've listened to this and I'm really convinced. Most of them, by the way, radically changed the way they looked at these things. Yes, from the UK, for example, they followed these citizens for years, for several years, 2 years later, 3 years later. It's not that long ago. All these members have sustained a high belief in the need for climate action. So, this visibility. Civil society organizations have been emboldened by seeing the recommendations coming from a regular group of citizens that were willing to make very high trade-offs and to do redistribution and to even say that they were willing to cut into their own flesh, so to speak. There was also a panel for just transition for this project of Minister Katabi, where citizens were involved that normally never show up. Yes, and you can really see after a few weekends, people are very willing to make efforts, sacrifices, but in some cases also, Chloe, as you said, for example, in Scotland, saying we need, for example, that plane tickets and transport needs to be like taxation increasing. If you fly more, at some point your ticket should become a multiple, so those who do more pay more. Yes? Civil servants are very affected by participating. These look much more afterwards for how to involve citizens in policy making, not above their head. And this is really important because most citizens in surveys say they want people like them to be involved in politics. Yes, nobody wants a technocracy. Yes, so we also need to motivate civil servants, bureaucracies more and more to look out how they can involve citizens in policy making. And then a final effect that I want to, where I don't have strong empirical evidence, but that I see coming, is how politicians can be a bit emboldened by the results of some of these citizen climate assemblies. This is the famous Overton window that we're all trying to push around. Yes, what a politician sees as acceptable to their constituency. Now, research from a colleague of Josephine at the University of Antwerp, Stefan Walgrave, and his colleagues published at the University of Oxford, they've asked politicians from all around, from across the spectrum, to estimate where public opinion stood on a number of policies. And what came out is that all political parties underestimate, to some extent, the willingness of citizens for progressive measures. Yes? Most politicians think citizens are more conservative, will accept less than what actually most citizens are willing to take. Not all citizens, yes? You will find very loud and vocal groups that are not willing to change, that are not. And so just seeing repetitively a group of citizens coming out with certain positions that are willing to redistribute. For example, all of these citizen climate assemblies have taken positions on, for example, dairy products, meat products, transport, how easy it is to fly. Yes? All these things have been taken up. And so it might also put politicians a bit more in a bold position to think, I could actually support this, even though some of their spin doctors might say this is a risky position. Yes? Small example from Copenhagen. Reducing parking spots. This is about mobility. Yes? If any of you live here in Brussels, it is a very sensitive matter. Yes? Conseil Communal had to be closed because people who lose their parking spots go completely off the rock. And some mobility plans have been receded because of that. Yes? So in Copenhagen, for example, several of these assemblies have been done on mobility and reducing cars. And the first one comes out, high support for reducing car parks. Now you can think as a politician, this is probably a sample, this group, but then in another district. And if after time you see this coming out, so it's not about one assembly doing this. Yes, a single climate assembly won't change the position. But if we see this systematically and repetitively, I do believe you can really also push a bit this window where policymakers feel a bit emboldened. And at the moment, whether you like it or not, the upcoming European Parliament is likely to be more towards a regressive. So we need to find ways to also embolden progressive politicians in this. The evolution is towards using this in a systematic way. Yes, I always compare this as like going to the fitness. People who think a single climate assembly will solve everything, that is not how you suddenly roll back decades of policy making, of ingrained, as what we heard from the previous speaker, what sometimes is almost a century old, as you need, and I always compare it to a fitness. It's not like going once to the fitness that will change suddenly how your shape is or you will lose 20 kilos. This needs to become something that we do repetitively at all levels of government. It's not to replace what exists, and it's not to replace electoral politics, but it's really to put in a citizen perspective and to also, which is becoming very rare, give citizens the opportunity to work together with others to do something for their community and to deliver progressive outcomes. And this is why participants in these assemblies, across where they've been done, yes, always say this is one of the most wonderful experiences they've done in their life. Some people have told this is the best thing after my wedding. It's because we're more and more individualized. Yeah, maybe the person hopefully didn't have children, but it means we're given less and less opportunities to do something together with people we don't know for our communities. And this is something that really is added here. One of the final things I want to mention, and this is coming back to, well, your position, is one of the things we hammer upon as an NGO is we need to also find resources for participation. You cannot do this on the cheap. Participation has been an afterthought for most. And for example, one of the typical answers, whether I am in the Balkans or in Paris, is politicians will tell us, we want to see the people we never reach. And my question is always, what's your budget? Yes? Do you have a budget for inclusion? Yes? For example, the Permanent Assembly here in Brussels translates everything into, well, the languages of Brussels, but 7 other languages. Yes? You speak Turkish, then you can get the documents in Turkish. That costs money. Body sign language costs money. You need, somebody has need of transportation, that costs money. And so very often the idea is still for policymakers that participation is something they do on the cheap, is an afterthought, a budget of a few €1,000 and you're there. We should also take participation a lot more serious if we want to have real inclusive participation, yes, and reach those people that are normally not in the room, and also to have these long-form participatory forms. Thank you. That's as far as I want to go. On the South, Global South, after the previous speaker, I would feel a bit arrogant stating what could and should be done. So I'm going to rest my...
Thank you, Yves. I think that was very concretely explained what citizens' deliberation can bring to the political system if it's done correctly, if it's done very systematically, if it has the right funding as well. So thank you a lot for all these concrete examples. So I would like to see if you have questions and comments while we're talking about when we look forward towards the political priorities for the next 5 years. You've heard about our European Pact for the future. When it comes to social and environmental justice and how we can advance those 2 topics together, and we've heard a lot of different perspectives. So yeah, maybe you have questions for the panel, maybe you have a few comments. So can we see some hands, and then we'll get the microphone to you. So I already see one hand from Mikhail, but I'm going to also see if there's a few more. Don't be shy. Who has another question or a comment for the panel? Yes, then I see Laura in the middle, and maybe one more for the first round. Don't be shy. One more. No. Okay, so we'll start with Mikael and Laura, please.
Thank you, Mikael Karlsson, Uppsala University. We're now finalizing the first climate assembly of Sweden, a national one. The final deliberations will take place the coming weekend. I agree with everything you said about these things, but still want to come back to the topic of resources. It's extremely costly in terms of money and time, and we're doing it on climate. You know, even though they have 39 hours in this, it's like 1.5 credit in the university course, and you ask them, how can Sweden fulfill the Paris Agreement or focus that in an area? It's very difficult. So if you look at it in a longer time perspective, what are the prospects? What do you see? How many panels should be arranged all over the place? It's one thing to do it with a strong scoping locally and so, but these national things, we talk about the triple crisis, should we have a, you know, biodiversity panel, pollution panel, etc., etc., into eternity or what? I'm in favor of everything you said, but still, it seems that the clock is ticking too fast for allowing us to trust too much on this.
Thank you. Let's hear the next question.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah? My question is a bit of a different direction, perhaps mostly to Ursula, but also to everyone.
Sorry, the microphone is not working. Can we make the microphone in the middle work? Yeah, just take the other one. There's another one coming.
Sorry about that. My question is mostly to Ursula, but perhaps also to everyone. I think a lot of talk has been about redistribution, and I think it's nice that, you know, corporate actors and companies are also waking up to, okay, we can't just continue how we have been. But I'm also wondering, and I looked a bit at some of the members of the corporate leaders group, some of them have been extremely polluting actors, such as Coca-Cola, Amazon, etc. So I'm wondering, how is this debate in terms of just transition and redistribution also happening in terms of the polluter pays principle, making polluters pay for the past damages that they have done, rather than just moving on to say, okay, that's all in the past, and now we move on and we try that from now on we do better. But also, yeah, curious to hear also from others, but perhaps mostly from Ursula. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'd also like to kind of read out two questions from Slido, which maybe would be interesting for Chloe to answer. There was already one colleague at the very beginning of the conference who said, do you think the 2019 Green Deal would have been politically feasible without Fridays for Future? Do we need Greta 2.0 to reignite a sense of urgency? And then there's another participant who is saying, as we see kind of repression from some official institutions becoming more and more extreme, do you think that environmental groups should engage more actively in civil disobedience? So, you know, coming back to the question of how do we mobilize, in which form should we mobilize? So, but let's maybe start with a question for Yves, Ursula, and Chloe, and then I also have a final question for Josephine and for Fadel.
Yes, this costs resources, but so does a parliament, so does elections. I think in France at some point the Senate calculated every day to do an election costs $500 million. Yes, and nobody says we shouldn't do elections in the villages up the mountains because it costs 8 times what it costs to do it in a neighborhood in Paris. So these things, democracy costs money. You can ask a limit to what is spent. I think the most expensive one is a Convention citoyenne pour le climat, which, depending on how you calculate, was between 5 and 6.5 million euros. The second one on the end of life, I think, was less expensive. Most of the money in France, for example, does go to the participants. Yes. Having all these participants travel. So, for example, there is a permanent assembly here in Brussels, or one in the German-speaking community of Belgium that has been running for a whole legislature. It's much cheaper. Yes, travel is cheaper. It also has to do with internalizing a number of capacities that now are very often outsourced to companies or service deliverers. So in that sense, I would say you can debate what democracy can cost. Yes, in Ireland, this is now something that is done repetitively. And it's accepted that this is a cost, this is a number of million in a very expensive budget for a parliament that they're willing to give. You should not forget that very often a few blind corners in your participation might save you hundreds of millions, yes? Because in many cases, every policymaker in a big city must have experienced some big project that they did without starting some participation, that then ran into 2 or 3 years delay, which costs a few hundred millions to start with. So maybe you could have spent 2 million on a very expensive, good participation process and even have saved half of, you know, one of those delays. Yes, I'm thinking about a few concrete cases, but I'm not going to name names for one. And then how often you do them. One of the things we've learned from the first iteration of them is a lot of these climate assemblies have been very broad. Yes. Also, the Convention citoyenne pour le climat, the Irish one had a very broad, how can Ireland become a climate leader, etc., are very broad questions for one group of citizens to tackle, given the complexity of some of these matters. So I'd rather see several ones, like they're doing here now in Brussels, where one after one topics are tackled with. You can perfectly have 1, 2 a year, and throw these people the difficult things you as politicians cannot, handle or find a solution to. Really, what is your hardest problem? And give that to a group of citizens. Yes. So, for me as an advocate, I would never say this. This is something you should really save your money on. And I think compared to a lot of other things, what the government is at this moment giving money to, it is actually a very slight amount of money to just get people to participate in policy. So that's my position. Okay.
Thank you, Yves. So let's try to give a few short answers, because I really have a final question also for the two others. Ursula, did you want to respond to Laura's question?
Thank you. No, and there's no doubt there are many challenging aspects to this when we're working with businesses across the economy. I think what I would say is this is not a topic that we've gone into enormous detail. We've been really focusing on this point about, which is similar to what Yves was saying, but how can you really reinforce policymakers' resolve to change the system? How do you do that? And one of the ways we are doing it is working with businesses that tell the policymakers we really want the policy to be different. We want the system to be set up so that we can deliver much less polluting or recircular, climate neutral products and services. So this is where we have had our focus. I would say a number of the members of the corporate leaders group have been looking at historical emissions as well. So not just how do they reduce their emissions to achieve targets by 2030 and 2040 and so forth, but how do they reduce or compensate for the emissions they've made in the past. So from that perspective, I have seen those elements. And I think broadly what we're really keen to do, and I think this will be particularly essential in the next Parliament, is really showcasing that this is the way we have to go for business and for society in the future, is towards a climate, towards this sustainable transition. It has to be this way for businesses and for people. So that's how we're seeing it at the moment.
Thank you. Chloe, did you want to comment on the question around mobilization?
Short, yes. 2019, yes. That's the answer. I think the reason why we had the Green Deal in the first place was because of the youth mobilization. Otherwise, we wouldn't. Do we need a Greta 2.0? No. I think Greta is fine. She doesn't need a 2.0 version. But no, I think the context has changed, and I think a lot of the concerns of people aren't necessarily the same. So I think we need to talk to that. Rather than try to keep the same narrative. I think the movement has evolved also a lot. And to make the link with the second point, I think a lot of the youth that were in the youth climate movement in 2019 are not anymore and have taken different directions. So a lot of them, and I think it shouldn't be underestimated, have gone to civil disobedience and to more radical type of action, which is needed, because if you look at the toolbox of all the things that we need civil disobedience. And it's very worrying to see what is currently happening with activists that are protesting. I'm the spokesperson for a Belgian movement which does civil disobedience, which is called Code Rouge, and we block polluting targets. And personally, I wouldn't engage in some of the civil disobedience that you see nowadays. Like, I wouldn't necessarily target certain targets that are currently being targeted, such as arts and stuff like that, because if you look at the analysis, it doesn't necessarily work in people's mind. But I do think that we also need this part of the population that actually targets polluting infrastructure, because there is so much that we can do with advocacy, there is so much that we can do with lobbying, there is so much that we can do with trying to convince. And it hasn't really worked out that great. So I think we need to try new forms of mobilization, and I think there is an appetite for this, and I think it should be supported. And particularly, and I'll end up on this point, I think there is a very strong, and I don't know if it's conscious or not, but sort of resistance by a lot of traditional NGOs to support, not necessarily engage, but support activists that are doing that. And I do think that needs to change, and there's different ways of supporting. It doesn't necessarily mean sending your staff to go get glued on the door somewhere. It can be financial support, it can be various ways of supporting, because we know that in all of massive changes in history, social changes, civil disobedience has played a part. There will not be change without civil disobedience. So we need to get on that train to support the activists that are doing that. So yeah.
Thank you. Going back from the civil disobedience to influencing through advocacy, I wanted to ask both you, Josefine, and Fadel online to close this panel. Just one wish that you have, looking forward towards the new political priorities for the next 5 years. If there's one thing that you could put in these political priorities for the future political leaders from a just transition, globally just transition angle, what would it be in one demand?
Are you asking me to start?
Well, you can start. Josefine is thinking, so I'll let her reflect for a second. If you have one on your mind, Fadel.
Yeah, because I also need to jump to another webinar. The one thing that is crucial from a just transition and decolonization is transfer of life-saving technology. Because what we have in the Global South, we have all the resources, all the capabilities, the complementarity, the economies of scale, but we want access to technology as in joint ventures, as in transfer of technology to manufacture and deploy clean energy, clean cooking, clean transportation infrastructure on non-colonial terms. And that is, if you engage with senior officials from the OECD, if they're candid behind closed doors, they'll tell you that will never happen. And I think that needs to change if we're serious about a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very clear demand. Do you have one for us from a just transition angle?
I mean, is this on? Yeah. A lot has been said, and I can really acknowledge all the different building blocks of how societal change takes place are necessary in order to get there. There's no one way to get to the change we need. So we need advocacy, we need participation, we need activists, we need corporations changing their values on how they are creating prosperity. So no, there is no easy one-sentence answer. I will just stick to highlighting one that maybe has been not very explicitly mentioned, is the need for alliances with other groups in civil society. So for environmental movements to bridge towards healthcare, bridge towards trade unions, towards anti-poverty organizations. So the whole civil society field acknowledging sort of a common analysis of which kinds of transformations are necessary and putting their tools to work towards that. I think that would be really nice to see increase in the next 5 years.
Wonderful. So thank you so much. We're wrapping up, and I'll hand over back to Faustine for the concluding session. So thank you to all of the speakers. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your experience. Thank you for being with us. I hope you can all support our European Pact for the future and spread the word. Maybe sign it yourselves or share it within your networks and help us get the message across. Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thanks a lot, everyone. So now we've reached the final part of our conference of today. Thanks, everyone, for listening carefully until here. So, but before closing, we will have some reactive thoughts and way forward thinking from Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, who is the co-president of the Club of Rome. Club of Rome, as you know, which became quite famous with the Meadows report back in the decades of the birth of the EEB, and whose message still, and more than ever, actually holds today, as we could hear from the panels just before. So Sandrine, if you can come, please. And Patrick will follow after Sandrine. You can also come on stage. Yeah, please. You can. I think it's okay if you sit here. You can sit here. And after Sandrine, we will hear the concluding remarks from Patrick, who is going to wrap up today's conference in just 5 minutes. That's quite a challenge. and who will also reflect on the drawing from our illustrators today, which are going to be put on the screen. So, yes, Sandrine, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you. Hello, everyone. What a shame that we finally have sunshine outside and we're all stuck in here. But it's good to be with you, and it's very important that we do celebrate this important day. So let's make a bit of a link between the limits to growth 50 years ago. We actually, my dear Patrick, celebrated and I can't even say we celebrated, because you don't celebrate the 50th anniversary of the limits to growth when you realize that actually it hasn't been taken into concern in the way that it should have. And I think that's a little bit where I'm going to go with my remarks, to remind us all that as much progress as we've made, and I am really a product of the European legislation and also, I would say, organizations that started getting involved in environmental policy, having started my career here in 1989. When we think of the body of legislation that we created collectively together with the EEB, with WWF, with so many of the new organizations that landed in Brussels, it was phenomenal. But I came from California, and I know that at that time, it was actually the United States that was the leader in environmental legislation. And we absolutely knocked it out of the park through the 90s. We collectively worked with the European Commission and created so many new pieces of legislation that dealt with pollution to land, air, and water, to chemicals. We were involved in the first stakeholder processes because that had not happened before. There were a series of firsts. And it was a phenomenal period. And I would say, as much as we all bitch and complain and say that everything lacks ambition, we collectively created one of the most incredible bodies of legislation that is seen anywhere worldwide. We set the standard also for the rest of the world in terms of automotive emissions, in terms of fuel quality, in terms of air quality, in terms of industrial manufacturing and chemicals, etc. It's important for us to remember what we did here at the European level. The problem is we did not confront climate change, and we did not confront inequality. And I'm bringing those two up because they are the ones that are kicking us in the ass right now. And I bring it up as a very serious point, because as much as many of what I saw was the inputs from the discussions around pollution, again, to air, water, and to land, we have forgotten some of the most deeply important aspects of what's happening today in terms of our extractive economy, which is we have not budged on deep systems change at all. And so if we want to look at the next decade of action, which we're already too late, by the way, as we creep up to 1.3 degrees, we have to think much more strategically, again, collectively, working together to understand why is it that we can now not move beyond the legislation that we have put in place and potentially even lose the legislation that we have before us, including the European Green Deal. So here are some thoughts that I've put together, which I want to remind us all about. The first is what has changed and what is the reality check of what we face today. Time. We don't have another 50 years. That's our greatest reminder. In fact, we're lucky if we have 5 to truly turn around the tanker that is crashing into the glacier that is already melting. Europe was the environmental leader. Europe is starting to lose that leadership, as we see also that we probably in the European elections will have a major move towards the radical right. The science and policy interface is coming back up. Science denialism is now starting to kick us in the ass. How is it possible that we're going back to science denialism? I've just come from the Summit of the Future Preparation in Nairobi, and science and policy interface is not included in the Summit of the Future Declaration. That's just unbelievable. And we have to continue to fight for that interface. Inequality has gone up across the globe, in particular in the global north. Well-being has gone down. Mental illness has gone up. Suicide rates have gone up. And they are directly linked to a growing malaise, not only because this is the first generation that has less purchasing power, but because it is a generation that is anxious about its future, both in terms of climate and in terms of the economy. We are in the stranglehold of media, both social media and a radicalized media that is not covering what we need it to cover, apart from maybe The Guardian and a few others. And this is a desperate situation in many countries where also journalists are being persecuted, including in Modi's India and in many other countries. And of course, we have the polycrisis and the short-term knee-jerk reactions to the Ukrainian invasion, to the Gaza issue, and as well, obviously, to the combination and the compound effect of growing price increases across the globe and inflation, and here in Europe, which is creating the malaise and the growing pushback that we see also on climate and on green legislation. But what are the positives? Because I'm not just going to read off a bunch of negatives. The positives are that we do have a European Green Deal. And so while it is up in the air as to whether we lose it, we all have to make sure that, number one, we push citizens to vote in this election, that we stand behind that democratic process, and that we also create a new narrative for the European Green Deal. All of us, that's why this Pact for the Future is so important, have to redevelop a narrative so that people understand that being green is being social. That Ubuntu philosophy is, I am part of nature and nature is part of me. I am part of you and you are part of me. That collective solidarity between all of us in realizing that if we destroy nature, we destroy ourselves. Too long it has been seen as if green means polar bears and something totally separate from citizens and social needs and survival. And so we have to change that. But we also have to change the Greta effect, which unfortunately has had a contrary effect to some parts of the population, not all, which is this growing anxiety, which then creates all kinds of aversions to actually doing anything because no one feels that they're capable to be empowered to actually do anything. And so how do we actually make people feel empowered? And yes, part of that is citizen assemblies. And yes, part of that is bringing more people into the democratic process. But we have to remember that it's not just dependent on the youth that in many of our countries have voted towards the right and not actually towards the left or towards green. So we need to ensure that we debunk the perception that actually the youth will save us, that actually most of Europe and the rest of the world is anti-climate now simply because they are pro-social, because all of the surveys demonstrate that that is not true. But we ourselves need to be clear as we pass on these messages that actually that narrative is a positive narrative for Europe, that that green narrative is a social narrative once again. So let me close with a few thoughts. A few key narratives that we can use, both in the Pact for the Future and as we move forward in our own work. One is we need to remind ourselves that the big focus on competitiveness, on economic strength of moving towards a continued capitalistic society because that's what we know and that's what businesses want to convince us is the best for Europe, is absolutely wrong. And it's wrong for several reasons. Because, as I said, well-being has gone down in Europe, social tension is going up because of growing inequality. So the system is broken. It's wrong because our financial system and our economic system do not foster well-being or people, planet, and prosperity together. Our over-financialized economic system is one that actually caters to shareholder value. It does not actually cater to people. And yet, our economy is based on 98% small and medium-sized enterprises. That's the narrative that we need to bring forward. But then there's another narrative, which is that once we hit 1.5 degrees, and we are at 1.3, we will lose 15% of global GDP. Hence why we need to think about how we shift from that extractive economy now and bring in an economy of well-being, as we've seen in several well-being countries. The other key narrative is that we know we can actually have a giant leap, as we've shown in our work called Earth for All, and that we know that if we want to live within our planetary boundaries, we have to address inequality. And that better distribution of wealth creates more stability, it creates more security, and it actually enables us to become a more egalitarian society that up until now, in every single case, has demonstrated that actually this is a much more stable economy. So that's a proof point for moving forward in a social and equitable way within the planetary boundaries. The final part of our narrative is that all of us need to step it up. We cannot continue to do business as usual, as environmentalists, as scientists, as economists that truly want to ensure equitable living within the planetary boundaries. This is the Cambridge Analytica for good moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be so much more strategic. We need to be so much more collaborative. We need to plot our way out of the mess that we're allowing to go forward. It's not about business as usual for NGOs. It's not about business as usual for the EEB. It's not about business as usual for the Club of Rome. It's about all of us upping the stakes, being much more collaborative, but also being much more fruitful in the strategic messaging, making sure that we bring in the right types of people, that we impact business as usual in a very fundamental way. So how do we do that? It means actually taking people to court. It means bringing in the whole legal jurisprudence that we're seeing is growing in terms of ecocide. It means ensuring that we actually have the conversations at the highest level, that we also blow up the current windfall profits, for example, of the incumbents that are truly continuing to make money on the back of poverty. That means being, again, much more campaign-oriented, but also forcing a shift at the top and calling out and holding accountable our leadership. So I'll leave it at that. I know it's not exactly probably what you've discussed today, but I hope it gives you some vision of at least the future that I'm trying to recreate with others, and I hope that we'll join together in that campaign of change.
Thank you very much. That was both hypnotic and massively stimulating. I think you're probably one of the only speakers who, after 27 speeches, actually still manages to energize a room. But beyond the compliments, it's the words that are even more important. I think you've really had a call for engagement, and basically no business as usual is no longer possible. And I think what we've tried to do here, both in the people we've invited, is to bring people together who haven't always spoken together. And for the last panel, for example, I thought was brilliant. I learned so many things. So thank you a huge amount for that panel. And so, okay, so how do I follow up from you? First of all, let's go from a super banal to the thanks to the summary. So the super banal, but important, because it hasn't been said, it's a technicality. Go outside to the eco-label afterwards and speak to them because they've done a job of being here. So please go to them. Right, that's the technical. Now on the thanks. So first, a huge thanks to the last panel, because I think all of us have learned something a lot, and I've gone away with a million thoughts going. Also a huge thanks, of course, to Patrizia and Faustine, who have not only chaperoned us through the day, but also helped structure the agenda. But I don't know if you noticed it, but always put lots of clever thoughts at different moments and guided it. And then a huge thought also to all the other colleagues who have been here. You have seen some in the front, but some have been discreet in the back. The comms team has been busy filming people, taking people aside, getting some quotes and so on and so forth. So this has been huge. Again, we should just thank, of course, all the speakers and the participants, and all of you participants, because taking a day out is a lot nowadays, because there's too many opportunities to do other things. So that's a huge thanks. Let me just make sure. Yes, and now I want to thank the illustrator, because the illustrator has been brilliant in actually putting together, and that's where I used the bridge back to a summary of the day. I won't be as eloquent as you, so I'll have to build on the basis of the illustrator, who's amazing. So if we go to the, okay, let's start with, can we go to the last one first? Or we can, doesn't matter where we start, or the first one first. Okay, the way forward towards climate. I mean, we've seen this amazing global picture here, and I, for one, was really amazed by the whole, the global dimension with the 2 trillion moving in the wrong direction. I'm not going to mention everything here, but I think that's such a large number and such a harsh reality that we really need to think about our responsibility. We have in the Pact for the Future an issue of global responsibility for Europe. There's a $2 trillion sign next to it. So let's explore that. Let's see how we can address that. And I think it was a massively interesting discussion. Don't have time for everything, but on this note as well, just building on the citizens' assemblies and also your call for the votes. Yes, everyone has to go out and vote. It is essential. It will define everything. But democracy is more than one vote every 5 years. It's the engagement of citizens, engagement of citizen societies, it's the engagement of the good governance structures that have been presented. It's making sure that the voice is engaged directly in one-to-ones with people, but also via the courts, if that's the perf, or via other activities, if that's necessary. So a huge thanks for that. I thought it was brilliant. So if you go to the previous one, okay, the circular economy and action. So here, this has been something that's been promised, and everyone loves the idea. It makes all the sense in the world. But of course, circular economy so far has been more of a recycling economy. And as mentioned in the beginning, it's only 11.8% of resources that are circular. It's a massive opportunity. We need to make it real. So let's engage in this, and let's be smarter about it and take a leaf out of your book and saying, business as usual, not good enough. Circular economy is also upstream circularity. So let's focus on all of those and really have a proper integrated system change across the value chain. So if you go one further back, so this is about a healthy environment, zero pollution. We've heard about the 400,000 early deaths from air pollution. We heard about, I think it was 7 million globally. And we talked quite a lot about PFAS and the reprotoxic issues and the difficulty of fertility. Apparently, if you look at it, it's like by 2050, 1 in 2 people will require some sort of support for fertility treatment in Europe and North America due to a number of factors. This is a reproductive time bomb that's happening because we're exposing ourselves unfairly to chemicals. The thing that really struck me in this is the statements, the rich can always just leave, and the injustice of it all. I think that was like, it was a very good story, a very sad story in a way for those who can't move. And it's also emblematic of the problem that we face, is that the super rich feel that whatever happens, they're okay. No, it's not whatever happens, they're okay. It's whatever happens, it's terrible. Well, so they should pay their taxes. And they should pay their taxes. Yeah, exactly. So I think there we've got a big issue. So one thing is the chemicals, and here there's a different scale. Chemicals affects individuals. That's where the pain is. Air pollution is, I mean, it's individuals. Even though it's 400,000 or it's 7 million, it's an individual in a family that suffers from it. So I think that's also to remember. We need to always keep the human dimension. The statistics are useful, but the human reality is the fundamental thing. So if you go one further, I've been told to keep for 5 minutes. So, right, it's climate adaptation and resilience. The one thing I thought was really interesting was that resilience is more important than adaptation. Adaptation in some ways is almost like giving up and saying, well, I have to adapt to this. We shouldn't have to adapt to it. I mean, we should actually avoid it, first of all. And then we need to build up to say, well, we're going to basically get through this. So this requires resilience and investment. So I think that's quite interesting. And the other thing here, I mean, there's the huge number of good ideas, but also just to remember, we didn't talk very much about it ourselves earlier, but water is life, and we need the whole water dimension. It's about quantity, it's about quality, it's about the pollution. Soil health, that's the green, that's the brown gold everywhere. And as someone said, the soil is dying, so we can't just let that happen. And then fundamentally, it's all about the link between nature and climate. We can't look at one without the other. So we should really remember if our ecosystems get degraded, we're basically messed up with respect to climate mitigation adaptation. So that is another thing to remember. And one last one before my colleagues shoot me. And then back all the way to the beginning, the beginning session is, let me just pick out a couple of issues here, because we didn't build on that much, but the security issue is something that's worth underlining. Because in fact, the Green Deal is a peace project. If you look at if you go beyond fossil fuels, independence from fossil fuels, you take away the money from those regimes like Russia wishing to cause problems. If you have a resource-efficient economy and you have more autonomy, you're less beholden to others. So the political leverage for those countries who are inimical to you is less. So I think the Green Deal is a peace project, and what we want to do is continue to go further. But maybe the other thing, it's also solutions, and I want to pick up one thing, solutions for farmers, which is the thing that's upset me most in the last 2 months, is the fact that because of short-term political gains, environmental issues, certainly biodiversity issues, have been thrown under the bus. I mean, I'm sorry, but the solutions are the wrong ones for a very real problem. Actually, if you look at the nature restoration law, it's actually something that is there for the long-term well-being of many farmers. So I think it's been a false narrative. It's been heeded, which is even worse. So there we have to fight back with facts. We need to push. We need to call out the narratives for being false information. We need to put the truth on the table, an alternative narrative. And that brings it back down to hope, the next generation, responsibility for this generation. And as Sandrine said, we don't stop put all our hope in saying it's the next generation, good luck. I mean, we're in this together. Until we basically drop over, I think all of us need to engage in this process. So eventually, if I retire, I look forward to being sort of, grandfathers for the future or something like that, but I'm not there yet. So there, just the thing, let's bring it together. We have tried to create this pact for the future, a green and social deal for the One Planet economy, as a way of bringing together people. We do wish this to be a call. We're going to reach out in the next couple of months to get people to sign up as individuals, as organizations, to listen, to say, well, let's go further, because, of course, the 3 or 5 or 7 pages we have on the net or something, but it's we need to move forward to an action plan with details how to achieve this, and then listen to the experts from across the room and across geographies to say, what can we do individually, collectively, to make that difference? So if we can all join for that, and then we move forward together, then I think we move from basically the issue of fear that we have in consternation towards one of hope, and practical hope, not just blind hope. And I think it's the practical hope where we do it together, I think it'll make a difference. And I think on that note, I'd like to say thank you for everyone, because this, for me, this has been an amazing day, and you've given me hope. And I know how I'm going to vote if the next Slido thing, or whatever it was called, comes back. And if I've forgotten anyone else, who could I possibly forget? And of course, basically the Belgian presidency and the Brussels city for this and for all the support and the beautiful chairs. Thank you.
So we will not keep you from the coffee break. We've already stolen enough of your time. So we just have 2 little favors to ask from you. So yeah, you mentioned the Mentimeter. So we just want to see if the temperature in the room has somewhat shifted since the early Monday morning to the afternoon. So if you want to participate one more time, how you feel now, looking at the next 5 years, you can scan
and
the
let's see
QR
what
code.
impact signing the pact had on your mood, basically.
And, well, okay, let's have a look.
I guess it's all because of the cat.
The cat factor, yeah. It's a bit less, it's catching up. Hope is catching up a little bit. Yes. I mean, I think we still have enough reasons to worry, and I think it's good and it's right to worry. And as one of the speakers said, worry, and also worry that brings us to anger, is also a force of action and mobilization. So not to be worried would be unscientific too. So I think you're correct to be worried. But it's also good to see that while we are worried, we can also be hopeful. I don't think it's necessarily exclusive. We can be worried, but still hopeful and believing in our capability to be part of change. So let's close the Mentimeter. Thank you so much for participating in the Mentimeter. So there's just like one last thing I'd like to ask you. There's so many wonderful people in the room that we've been working with, engaging with recently, or for nearly 50 years. So we'd like to take a family picture. So if we can just ask everybody, to come down here, and our photographers will take a picture from up there, all together. And then once we've done that, you will be invited for another coffee break and some networking. Please sign the pact. Please have a look at the fair, the project fair. Look at the exhibits out there. And then don't forget to come back to our birthday party, which will start at the Brussels Town Hall at 6:30 on the Grand Place. So you're all invited to join us for the birthday celebrations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana.
It's disturbing because when we're on stage, they hear us.